Hello and welcome to the second and sadly already the last day of Seriale Pro. We are very happy to welcome you here again at our location, the Schlachthof in Gießen. I'm here with my lovely colleague Anne. My name is Kaira and we are very happy that you're joining us today, whether it's from home, at work or on the go.
And we are very happy to present to you today's program and our dear guests of the day. But before that, we'd like to thank the sponsors of Seriale Pro, which is supported by the Hessen Ministry of Economics, Energy, Transport and Housing and the Economic Development Gießen. We also want to thank our streaming partners Sparkfest and Seeker TV. Thank you all for helping us to make this great event happen. And now, let's get into the program.
We will start at 11 a.m. Central European Summer Time with the Focus Canada keynote presentation. Suzanne Lacroix will talk about the market, business, funding and distribution opportunities, platforms and opportunities for creators.
We are going to follow up after that with some interviews. We are very happy to welcome some of the creators of our official selection series here at our location during the festival days. At 11:30 a.m., Dennis Albrecht will join us and talk with us about his great series Inventarium. Daniela Zentner will join us afterwards. She's from the series 2 Minutes.
Moving on at 12 p.m. with the digital series in Europe panel, moderated by Chiara Bressa. Our guests are Ricardo Canella, Oliver Ment, Frederic Delaire-Snyder and Axel Rieke, and they will talk about the market and co-production opportunities of digital series in Europe. And from 1 to 1:30 p.m. there's going to be a short break.
After the break, at around 1:30 p.m., we'll see a Flixo presentation from Adrian Garelik and Sergio Sosa. They will give us an insight on the state-of-the-art platform for short-form series. Then we will follow up with a Q&A.
At 2 p.m., the panel on the web series market in South America will take place. This one is moderated by Gisela Benenson, who will be joined by Gisela Watzold-Hildebrand. Together with Leandro Silva, Luis Felipe Alvarado, Laura Sergio, Gaston Armaño, Sergio Sosa, and Santiago Gomez, they will give us an insight on the South American web series market.
At 3 p.m., a presentation of the digital market, or short DIMA, will take place. It will be moderated by Csongor Dobrodka, Rose of Dolls, and George Rees. They will talk about the features of DIMA and the current development of the market.
Then, rounding up the Seriale Pro Day at 2 p.m., there is going to be the last panel, International Distribution. Rose of Dolls will talk about the international web series market with Antoine Diesel, Saskia Bay-Verhoeven, Youngmin Keng, George Rees, Adrian Garelik, Rocio Cabaccio and Christian Costa-Zahn.
We will end the evening with a red carpet interview starting at 6 p.m. and moderated by Dasha Sorovieva. The award ceremony will start at around 8 p.m., where all the winners will be announced. The award ceremony will be hosted by Magdalena Keim and Axel and Henning Rieke. After that, at around 10 p.m., you're welcome to join the after-show networking event on Wonder.
So that's our program for today. We hope you enjoy it, have fun, and see you soon.
Hey everyone, it's Suzette from Vancouver WebFest. I'm so thrilled and so honored to be part of Seriale 2021. It's an exciting time and I'm really looking forward to when we can all get together, and of course there's the hugging. But in the meantime, I want to talk about the Canadian funding opportunities. I'm going to talk with, to start off with just how Canadians get funded, but then how we can share the money with around the world. So let's go with starting off with the Canadian funding. And so the resources for funding Canadian digital content, there's numerous resources for funding the content creators, but the list outlines resources that can help get your ideas, productions, and content off the ground. So for instance, Bell Fund has been supporting Canadian media content makers and will provide funding for digital productions. So with having that in mind, they are doing something new. So Bell Fund, Shaw Rocket Fund, and TELUS will unite and support the Canadian content producers. Now, the audience development pilot project, it provides producers with knowledge, tools, and benchmarks to elevate the audience development success. So that's huge, and every little bit, even if you've created web series already, this is still something to look into. So Bell Fund, Shaw Rocket Fund, and TELUS Fund, they're the three first Canadian certified independent production funds who have signed on to a pilot project that will drive the discoverability of Canadian content and content producers with tools, insights, knowledge, and to help build the audiences for their projects. Another one that's really great to work with and that's absolutely phenomenal is the Independent Production Fund, IPF. The IPF provides funding for nonprofit organizations and associations that enhance quality and availability for Canadian dramatic web series. They also offer funding for web drama series, content creators, and professional development programs that are associated with web series. So again, there's a lot more information that can be found on ipf.ca. So take a look at that. But one of the things that they do is they've got funding programs. So the development packaging program, it provides repayable, non-interest bearing advances to assist independent producers. It creates high quality original scripted short form series, so like the web series. Short form series, also known as web drama series production program. This short form series program provides equity financing for content creators of original Canadian digital drama series created initially for the web. So again, it's all starting with the web series idea. Kojiko TV Production Program. This program provides equity investments for the production of drama, television series, and miniseries for broadcast by CRTC licensed broadcasters. So again, a lot of this information is online to help. I'm just giving you sort of the basics to help plant seeds. So another one is professional development. So they provide grants for Canadian nonprofit organizations or associations whose activities reflect on the objective of the fund and enhance the quality and the availability of Canadian dramatic web series. So all of those things, again, that just sort of is talking about, a little bit of the list, but you can definitely go online and search out more that can help, fund you and your web series. So the Canadian Media Fund, CMF, they offer programs for digital projects in three areas: the web series, pilot programs, interactive digital media content, and digital media components related to CMF-funded television programs. So again, cmf.fmc.ca. That's a place where you can take a look. The CMF is committing to $364 million to support Canada's television and digital media industry for 2021 and 2022. Through CMF's many programs, they support a dynamic environment where creators, producers, broadcasters, and distributors partner to generate content for Canadian and global audiences to enjoy. So again, an amazing way to get things going, not just in our own countries, but to pass them out around the world. So it's amazing that they'll do. So StoryHive by TELUS, they fund web series and digital shorts. They support filmmakers, and they also bring films to life online. So applications for digital shorts are available on their storyhive.com. But a few reasons that you want to join StoryHive is they customize mentorship programs. They have a built-in audience of 1 million plus viewers and a community of like-minded creatives. So that helps everybody work together and learn from each other, and then just move forward with their web series. So Canadian support for international creators. This is the exciting part. Like, again, the other was really great, and I know it's just passing on what Canadians have to in their favor, which is amazing. But what's even more amazing is that we will also help international creators. So Canadian Media Fund, who I was just talking about, their international incentives. The CMF is part of Canada's strong funding ecosystem. It fosters audiovisual content, creates and encourages international co-productions. So together, Canada's co-production treaties and the CMF's financing, it provides opportunities for Canadian producers and their international counterparts to share resources and talent to tap into new markets. So as a consumer, having growing to access the content from all corners of the world, producers can benefit greatly from working together on the international front. So some current CMF incentives. So the International Co-Production and Co-Development Incentive supports innovative solutions to encourage the co-production and the co-development of content. So a list of agreements for this fiscal year, so as in 2021, designed and signed to date with new intentional and international partnerships. That's so big right now that they're being announced throughout the year on the CMF website, which you can see here. So to find a co-producer, the CMF and their international incentive funding partners invite producers interested in finding an international partner to use their search feature. So what that does is, it's not like all around the world you can put your information on here. So you can also find other people, but also Canadians can find you, you can find Canadians. So it's really helpful. The CMF does not assess the admissibility to CMF programs of producers who wish to be listed on the site, but does evaluate their ability to promote themselves through this directory. So the CMF does not specifically endorse any of the producers who choose to be added to this list. They're just covering themselves. So you would look into it and you could decide and move forward. So for example, step one, these are just examples, by the way. When you go online, you'll see this. And it says I am from. So you would find, this is just a few of them. 5 of them out of like 60 or 90. So you'd find what you're looking for here by just pushing where you're from. Step 2, I'm interested in working with. Then you can look for, again, the country that you're looking forward to working with. And then step 3, select activities. So you can talk about, an independent digital media, and again, the list goes on. These are just samples. So currently, there are 485 Canadian and international producers that are wanting to work with each other. So that's huge. That's exciting. And there's so much to look at from around the world that just to get started, these are great steps. So additional resources, just so you know, so for foreign producers to find Canadian partner for assessing any funding in Canada. So projects must have at least one Canadian and one international producer. So that's super nice. And then you can just add to that. International co-production treaties. and MOUs. So basically, Canada has a co-production treaties and MOUs, which is Memoranda of Understanding, in place with more than 50 countries. International treaties and memorandums of understanding. So given that Telefilm Canada, which is also an amazing company that helps local and international creators. So Telefilm Canada administers these treaties and memorandums of understanding on behalf of the Government of Canada. So applications for recommendations are sent to us for evaluation purposes. Once evaluated, we recommend projects likely to be recognized by the Department of Canadian Heritage as audiovisual treaty co-productions. So again, there's the website to go on to learn more and to understand, because I am talking and I possibly am talking fast, but that's okay. I only have like 15-20 minutes. But again, that's why I've put all these links on for you so that you can take a look and you can go into more information to find what you're looking for. So again, Telefilm Canada administers all co-production agreements on behalf of the Canadian government. So for guidelines and detailed information about treaties and MOUs, go to their website. So this is another one on co-production request. So again, each website that I've listed here has different areas that you're looking into to find out what they will offer. So to search Canadian companies or productions registered as official co-productions, Telefilm's directory is here as well. So again, this just helps you guys. I mean, I could go on, but a lot of times just searching yourself helps you understand what exactly is being offered to everyone around the world. Telefilm Canada, so it's like partnering with Canada. No matter what the preferred partnership approach carrying out your project, Canada has a great deal to offer. Co-production treaties or agreements currently in force with nearly 60 countries. So also access to public funding, if applicable, but you'll find out more looking into it. Access to different tax credits. So again, that's amazing, any way to help anybody out. A large pool of internationally recognized creators and technicians, 4 seasons and a multitude of locations and landscapes, the opportunity to work both official languages of the country, English and French. And then of course the 3 main types of collaboration with Canada would be the audiovisual co-production governed by a treaty, co-venture, co-productions without treaty, and then film or video production services tax credits. So again, I'm just giving you sort of the point form, but it's important to go into all the different links I've put here for you and check out what your opportunities are, because again, it's wide open and it's amazing to work and have funding available. So the list of audiovisual co-production treaties and memorandums of understanding. So these are also through Telefilm co-production link. So it's important just to take a look, and that'll help you understand it as well. So one last thing before we wrap it up. One of the things that I wanted to talk about was if you want to launch your web series on the OTT platform, there are massive opportunities nowadays for all sizes of content creators to leverage the wide reach of OTT platform services. People are consuming content on different types of devices. So if you can launch your web series on a major OTT platform, you can expect large audience to pay for your content. So this is super exciting. You may know about it, you may not know about it, but that's why I want to share it. So KPMG reports that the Indian online video streaming market will reach over 500 million subscribers by 2023. The report also mentions that all OTT services are highly interested in creating original content. So this is extremely exciting, and to have the opportunity to move it onwards and upwards in helping develop what you want to do with your series, these opportunities are absolutely amazing. So this includes all the popular names in the sector, including Netflix, YouTube Red, Amazon Prime Video, Hotstar, Arrows Now, Z5, Sony Live, and VIU. So I'm not sure how to say that, but that's how it's spelled. But if you want to create and launch your web series, this may just be the perfect time, especially after the COVID. The last year has had some hiccups for a lot of people, but just in getting you started again and getting the ball rolling and just making the next project and the next steps so exciting. So all these online video streaming services are super interested in adding more diversity to their libraries and with original content, which is what all of us have with the web series world. So just think about it, take a look. The distribution of your web series. So for instance, distributing may sound like a distant thing, but of course it's not. It's one of those things that once you get started and you can create the web series, or you already have the web series, and it doesn't matter if you're a small content creator or if you've got a lot of, your team, however you're working, it's how you want to develop it. So it's not complicated to use the OTT platforms, so the services that they have. And at the same time, the distribution options are available to everyone who use Amazon services. So whether you are a major motion picture and a TV studio or an independent filmmaker or web series creator, you will access the same delivery qualities and options. Some online video streaming services do provide options for both free and open distribution. So that's huge. You can take advantage of the free distribution platforms. So what you want to do is just upload your web series to several services. This gives your series that chance to reach a larger audience. So it's recommended to not just be limited to Amazon Prime Video or YouTube Red or other major platforms. You should also consider the free OTT services to expand the reach of your content. So now that you have a pretty good idea of what it's involved launching the web series, start by creating a list of all the platforms that make the most sense of your content. So here's an amazing web link, and so take a look at it and look into it. I truly hope this information helps you get started with getting the funding. Thank you. I'm so excited about what's next and what we can look forward to, what we're going to look forward to. And again, I'm so grateful that we have this opportunity. I want to thank Chongor. I want to thank Chongor's team, Seriale 2021. It's been truly amazing, and I'm honored to be part of it. So I'm hoping to see all of you real soon. And if you do have any questions, please send me a message, and I'll do the best I can. If not, I'll find someone who can help you. Take care, and the best of luck to all of you. I look forward to seeing you all again soon for the hugs. Okay, thanks. Take care. Bye.
Hi everyone and welcome back. Now live here with us is Dennis Albrecht from the series Inventarium. We're so glad that you can be here with us. Hi. Now live here with us is Dennis Albrecht from the series Inventarium. We're so glad that you can be here with us. Hi. Now live here with us is Dennis Albrecht.
Okay.
I have solved the problem, I
Alles klar.
think. Okay.
I'm very sorry, we have some technical problems
Yes, but now we
right
are fine.
now. But
Yes,
there's no sound.
There's no sound.
We cannot hear Dennis.
Okay. Hello, hello.
Okay. We have to take a short break. I'm really sorry. We'll be back soon.
Okay, let's try this again. Hi, Dennis. Dennis Albrecht is joining us right now. He's from the series Inventarium. We're very glad that you can be here with us. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me. And I say hello to my former homeland, Hessia. Yeah, say hi.
Very nice. We already have the first question for you. It's about, of course, about your series, Inventarium. For the series, you kind of used, you could say, old material. And we were wondering what pushed you to take this material and kind of reuse it?
Yes, it's a story like I wanted to do an archive, so I went into my basement because there are all the stuff, the 35 millimeter and 60 millimeter material from 20 years ago with my short films, music clips, and so on. And they're not rotten in the basement, but they're getting older and older. And I asked myself, was that the final version? Is that project gone forever? So I decided to make a transfer from the film material to video files. So in 4K, it's really brilliant. And these days, it's possible. So the master of these short films were in digital beta via videotape. So it was very fuzzy, and so in 4K it's brilliant now. And then I decided, okay, I have new material in pictures, and why not do recut? To do it from the very beginning, and with new music, with new pictures and voices, sound design, and so on, to do it better than when I was a student, when I was a rookie as a filmmaker. So today I have the better skills and maybe better ideas to tell the stories once again, and ask myself what I wanted to tell 20 years ago. So what was my intention? And now I have to find out with this material.
Well, it's very great. So you have like another perspective on the material, and you say the material is related in a broader sense. Can you tell us a little bit more? How specific is it related to one another? So is it personal relation? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, of course. 20 years ago, I said like that. I was a rookie. I was very from the beginning to do my short films as first steps. But now I'm a media teacher, so I'm a teacher, and education is now my big theme. And I was remembering my short films has, for example, integration as a big theme in it. So this short movie now in this series is about integration, and I was wondering why was this intention in me to tell a story about integration before 2015, because we had all these people from other countries in our neighborhood, and this movie is only in a Russian language, so it was very new to deal with this, because I'm not a Russian language speaking. So I was wondering why I did it in this way. So it was so fresh to see the intention now. So it's other people, other filmmakers ask me, why do you do that? All this budget, it's my own budget. I put it in this transfer to Studio Hamburg to do it in 4K. But it was, I was not finished. The feeling I was not finished, it was so strong that, I have now a big freedom to do that, because I have now time, very much time, so I can do it very experimental ways. I hope that I answered the question a little bit, because it's a little bit chaos.
Yes.
But
Yeah, thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay.
And speaking of this kind of experimental way, in your series, you used recordings of kind of like a children's series on the sound level, which are combined with completely different but also kind of coherent scenes. And how exactly did you come up with this idea?
Yeah, this is a very good example to do it in a new way, because the old version was only with a little radio voice in the background. But now I decided, okay, this is a new level to tell the story. And I was at the Mische Film Fest in a workshop. I was leading a workshop for kids, and the kids wrote scripts for film ideas. And after that, we invited actors and actresses and professional speakers to speak or to read these ideas. And you can hear these ideas in the background, but in the story it fills the scene complete with a new level. So to do both was an experimental. And Peter Lohmeier was one of the actors, and he said, "Okay, let's do that, and put me in your short film, and we will see how it is working." And Gustav Peter Wöhler also, and it's working for me because the scene becomes a new telling. So both are in it, and I hope it's not too much for the audience to hear and to see it. But the scene is very calm, very slow. So I can imagine it will work. Because it's now a test screening here at the Seriale. It's not the final version at all. Next year, perhaps I'm come closer to the final version. But this is the freedom too of this project, these recut projects, to have no end. So after the test screening, maybe there are a few opinions about that, and then I go in the recut from one more.
Yeah, so we can stay tuned for another version. We watched it already, this version of this year, the episode Integration, and it was really interesting. Like another, experimental. It was very interesting to watch. And so you already mentioned the personal, like there's a personal intention. Would you say there's another main intention or a message the series is supposed to send? Because you also said that integration is a very important topic.
Yeah, especially for our new situation for the last years. And I can remember the first intention of this idea was to observe a kid in the subway. And the kid goes through the wagon and was learning German. It was maybe a Russian kid, and it goes to the Feuerlöscher and says, "Feuerlöscher, Tür, Notausgang." So that was the very beginning of this idea to think about it, how they feel, how to learn a new language, and to have this empathic, to feel how hard is the way to learn a third or a fourth language. So that's the theme. That's the film about.
Yes, very interesting. Dennis Albrecht, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Now we're going to take a short 2-minute break, and we'll be back soon with Daniela Zentner from 2 Minutes. Stay tuned. Hello again. Now we're back here with Daniela Zentner, who is the producer of the series 2 Minutes. Welcome, Daniela.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Thanks for having me.
So nice to have you.
Yeah,
Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you.
So we both watched your series. We really liked it.
Yes.
We watched
Yes,
it
definitely.
twice, I think. So we asked ourselves, what inspired you to do a series about women pregnancy tests, and was it planned to use the format of web series from the beginning on, because it's so matching with the content and the story you want to tell, the 2 minutes?
Yeah, so it was a special development because it was a competition of the MDR. So we applied for it as the production company. And so the idea, like the basic pitch idea, was from the two editors, Maike Götz and Beate Maschke-Spittler. And so we started then to look for talent who could write it and direct it. And so we were really happy to find Lisa Miller, who is the director and the writer of the series. And and so the pitch was to create a web series. So there was a social media distribution concept from the beginning on. So it was like really created for the web, and this was a special, like a totally new experience for our company and all of us. Like we are 4 female producers, and and so we developed it from the beginning on for the content for the web, and like the cast, we built the cast around that and everything. So yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
And is there like a specific intention or a message that you want to send with this series?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, this is like quite an exciting moment for every woman and man, of course, as well, to wait for the result of a pregnancy test. And it is connected to so many different kind of emotions. So this was I would say, like, important for us as well, like to show the different emotions with a what a pregnancy test can how do you say, like, can
make you happy or sad,
sad. And so we have like the different genre, a bit not genres, but you see one episode is more happy than the other ones, and one woman, she really wants to have a baby, the other one, she's really like maybe she really doesn't want the kid at that moment, or in general she doesn't want to have kids. And I think this was important for Lisa as well, like to show like this really modern, I would say, like really modern perspective to show women who don't want to have kids in their lives at no time, you know, and to show all of that, and so we had women different ages, and then of course we had this horizontal arc, like the arc with the guy Jerome. You know, like Jerome, he's like, yes. Like this was like a bit like the funny buffo.
Yes. We remember him.
So, sorry.
No, I'm fine.
So is that why you chose all of those very different characters to get these emotions, or these different emotions, to give each different character a different emotion? Is that why you chose all of this? There's a lot of variety in characters, and like you said, women of all ages, and different kind of relationship status. So is that why you chose all of those different characters?
Yeah, and different cultural backgrounds as well. So this was really important for the broadcast channel as well, like to create a diverse series and to show different women from different cultural backgrounds. And so the cast we did the cast around that as well, and we had so brilliant different actors, and we wanted to show like a teenage pregnancy. What does it mean to have to deal with the situation? Oh, am I pregnant, and what can I do? And then like it wasn't the first episode. They changed the episodes, we changed the episodes. It wasn't the first one, but the one with the teenage girl and the more experienced woman who works in a pharmacy. So I quite like this episode because it shows what it means to be pregnant, maybe to be pregnant with 15, but then what does it mean for someone who's really who has this ticking clock with mid-30s or something, no? And what does it mean when those two women meet each other and then have a honest conversation about this topic? I liked it. Yeah.
And speaking of this variety, we were watching the series and talking about it, and of course, we guess it's kind of like you could prefer or relate to some episodes more than others, of course, and of course it's also kind of a matter of how can you get into a head of someone, how can you think yourself into this person, kind of, and we were wondering. You were already mentioning that you liked the episode with the 15-year-old girl. Is that specifically your favorite episode or your favorite character? Or do you even have one specific character or episode? Where would you say?
My favorite episode is the one with the social media couple. I really find this episode really funny, and this is my favorite one. But I was the only one from our team who really preferred this one. So it's how you said there's one favorite every episode for everyone. Everyone likes another one more, and but in the whole I like all of them, of course, or I love all of them. But my favorite one is the one with the social media couple, and yeah. But yeah, maybe what is interesting for you as well is that we had a specific target group, young woman between I think 25 and 35 or something, so or 38 or something like that. So this was our target group in social media, and so this is maybe you are in this group as well, so you liked it. Yes. It worked, yeah. So
yes, sure. Yeah, that's definitely fits that. Yes.
Yeah. That's right. We're part of the target group, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I couldn't decide either which episode is my favorite because I really liked all of them. So it's very hard to decide. Yeah.
It's nice to hear.
It's just generally a really brilliant series, and I think it's really good that this topic gets more attention. Yes. Definitely.
Yeah, I really like the lesbian couple as well. They're grieving for having a baby, and it's I don't know, hundreds times they tried, and it's so difficult. If you don't have the sperm, then to have a baby. And I think this was probably the most emotional episode of all of them. And yeah. I'm a huge fan of the two actresses, Tanisha and Johanna Frank. I think they did so brilliant. All of them did, of course, brilliant, but yeah.
Yeah, that's what I really liked about it as well, because I think the first episode was where the woman tried to get pregnant from the lesbian couple was in the cafe, and we didn't know yet that she was trying to get pregnant as well. And so going forward with the series and later finding out what's her background story as well, that was very interesting, because then you could go back watching it and think of it, or look at it from another perspective. Yeah.
All those connections,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. This was the tiny connections between all of the episodes, but like in the beginning, we had another other episodes list, and so we changed the different episodes. Yeah, but it works. In the end, it worked. Yeah, so yeah. But nice to hear that then you went back and yeah, great.
So one final question. I guess it was really important to you, especially regarding young women, to take away some of the anxiety or give courage. For example, when you are buying a pregnancy test, sometimes I guess if you're 15 years old, I imagine there's a lot of anxiety, and because I guess it was really important for you to also cover that topic and give courage.
Yeah, of course, to give courage, to deal with the situation and go and buy it. But of course, you don't have to go to a pharmacy. No, you can get a pregnancy test like in DM or wherever. Yeah, but this was important for us as well. Yeah, to help everyone with this situation. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Just like show that you don't need to feel like blame
or embarrassed or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah,
and
thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was very interesting to talk about the series 2 Minutes.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thank you.
And now our next panel is the web series in Europe, Marketing Co-Production, and it's moderated by Chiara Presa, and we'll hope you have a great time.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to the Seriale for making us part of this panel. I'm Chiara. I'm a blogger, and I founded Worldwide Web Serie, a blog about web series active since 2013. And today I'm the moderator of the panel about market and co-production. And here with me, we have a lot of really interesting people that are in the web series field, and they do know a lot about productions. Let's start from Oliver. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
I'm fine here. With all this COVID-19 thing, but we are surviving, so everything's okay.
Well to know. So Oliver is director, actor, editor, and you founded and is the head. You founded, right? I think to Kill 4.
Yeah.
He's a co-founder, content director of the Bilbao Seriesland, and also the co-founder of the digital market Dima. So I think you can say us a lot about the digital market series later.
Yeah, I will do later. We have a lot of things to talk here.
A lot. Then we have Ricardo Cannella. Hi, Ricardo.
Hi, guys. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, Ricardo is a well-known face for us. He's director, producer, screenwriter. He's the founder of the Sicily Web Fest. That is one of the most known Italian festival about web series. And he's also the founder of the Cinnamon Digital Cinema Production. And he produced a lot of content with his production company. And you also have a lot to tell us today, right?
Right, good job.
And then we have Frederick Diersnyder.
Yeah, exactly.
Really a pleasure to meet you. I can say that I watched some episode of La Résistance, and it was a really, really, really well-made series. So,
thank you very much.
Well done. Frederick started, correct me if I'm wrong, you started as an actor, but later you created La French Corp, right?
Exactly.
So he's a producer too, and they are about to producing other content with their company production.
Exactly.
And I think you have a lot to say to us too.
Yeah, definitely.
And last but not least, we have Axel Rieke. Hallo Axel. Wie geht's?
Oh, hervorragend, vielen Dank.
Well, also Axel is a well-known face. We met a lot of years ago, and he is a producer, writer, consultant, and with his brother Henning, say hello to Henning for us. They created the Lumatic film, who is a company production, and they created some short form series, right?
Yeah, well, one rather successful ones and a couple of pilots that got stuck in development.
Yeah. But you have several projects, and you definitely know a lot about production.
Yeah, that's right. Been doing this for many years.
Many years. So thank you guys for being with us, and we can start with our talk. And I have a few questions for you. We have, I think, 50 minutes to talk. And the first question I have for all of you is, well, as company production, what does it mean nowadays in 2021 to produce an online indie series? And I will start from Ricardo, but anyone can join the conversation and tell.
Okay. And I think producing a web series is a confrontation with the reality. And I'm not talking about the production process, because I think that it's not different from the other audiovisual formats. It has the same technical requirements. I mean that the concept of the web series has become more complex than we expected until a few years ago. When the web series was born, the most interesting aspect was the freedom that the authors had to play with the web. Mm-hmm. So freedom of expression, both artistic and technical. Today, we realize that this is no longer the case. There are so many rules that must be respected if we wanted to. We want a market for the web series, and as we said, we have a confrontation with the reality. And the truth is that web series are no longer the future of cinema. because cinema has changed, walking alongside web series, but never together. So the majors, for example, when they understood the potential of the web, decided to change the concept of television series and create new platforms like Netflix, Amazon Prime, and HBO, Disney Plus. And today maybe we can say that web series are like short film compared to movies, probably with less artistic freedom from that short films, but with more possibilities and with a longer look at the audiovisual of the future. But what Netflix has given us is the realization that the serial web format works. We have several examples of series bought and produced by Netflix, some originals like Love, Death and Robots. Mm-hmm. I think it's one of the best examples.
Mm-hmm. Do you guys agree with Ricardo? That we are confronting the reality with the production of the web series?
For me,
I mean, I've been producing for many years. I started out in television, actually. I started out doing short films. That's what I did, for myself. Then I went into television. German television at that time was really not much fun. I worked on movie productions, and then started my own company, did web series, and it was exactly how Ricardo told it. It was freedom, it was opportunities that you didn't have in all the other formats. And now the web series world is professionalized. And this brings with it all the problems that TV and cinema had been having over the last couple of years. So if you want to produce on a professional commercial level, you're faced with exactly the same problems that you were faced on TV and in the cinema 10 years ago. Which doesn't mean that you can't produce web series anymore, but if you expect to earn money with it, it makes things a lot more difficult.
Yeah. And Frederick, was you saying something before, right?
Yeah. I kind of agree with all they said, but for us, for example, it was pretty different because we are self-producing the web series. So of course we still have this kind of freedom because we have actually almost no one to give some outcomes about what we are doing. And so for us, it was really interesting to explore all this kind of freedom and to be really able to do whatever we want to do. And actually, it is really the case right now. A lot of people and a lot of companies, they are putting money into the web, like YouTube and stuff, and they are doing this series for the internet. And so it's pretty. I think you got the same problem as the cinema and films and etc. But for us, we didn't feel like we were stuck like with some really straight rules. But because as it said, we are not really like in the regular like produce web series.
Yeah, I would say that. The thing is that I was thinking that 5 years ago I don't have this problem, but still we need to explain what is a digital series to some producers in order we can get money. So that's kind of weird because this format is like it's growing up and it's changing, but still a lot of people doesn't know about the format. So that's another problem we got.
It's strange that it's still a problem also today.
Yeah.
It's really strange. But starting from this point, because also today have to explain what is a digital series. When we are creators of a web series, it's okay. I have to explain you what is a web series, and I would like to have a producer who can help me and kind of known the field. You are all producer and you all know web series, so that's the tongue twister question I have for you. As producer of digital series, do you always do what you would expect as creators from other producers? Do you need? Okay. Go on.
For example, you know that we produce part of Utopia Planitia with Jörg Ruiz. He comes to Bilbao to make 2 episodes of the series. What I'm thinking when I'm producing something that is not my project, and at that point, it's like I don't want to produce it if I don't like it. I have a vision. They know the final product better than me. So what I have to do is just be there, help the people, and try to do my best to make that product in the view of the creator. Sorry. But yeah, I think that's the best way to make a product from production for other people. Yeah.
I agree. Do you guys agree? And do you do the same thing as producer?
I do agree. That's kind of what I would like to do. If I'm honest with myself, it's not always working like that. I don't know how your experiences are, but working with creative people, especially with creative people that do not have any experience in production, you often find yourself explaining to them why a certain decision is difficult or expensive, or why they have a vision that will not be met by the market, and this is really tough, because when I'm on the other side of the table, I hate it. And so I'm always trying to see both sides of the coin.
Balance.
I believe that producers actually can bring something to the table. It's not only the guys that are saying, no, you're not getting the money. No, that's too expensive. Oh, no, please, we need more boobies. That will sell us better. You know, that's... I think producers can actually really help a product. But this is hard. And if I'm the creator, I find it tough if people give me these kinds of advice. When I'm producing, I still do it because that's kind of my job, I think. In the ideal world, you find a solution that makes both sides happy, of course.
In an ideal world, so it's not.
Axel is the bad cop, I'm the good cop. Okay.
Frederic, what about you?
For me, I never produced something else that my web series Resistance with my friend and fellows from La French Corp. So it's going to be hard to tell about producing someone else. But
well, you do. You did have kind of a difficult position because you were a producer, but also creator and actor.
Yeah.
So you have the three souls of the creation inside you. And I kind of imagine you fighting with yourself, because as a creator, you want to do something, but as a producer, you couldn't, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but for that, it really depends on also the rest of the team, because actually the director Maxime, the direct team and producing with all of us, but he actually in head of the producing, I can see. He got these last words. So most of the time it's like we speak with each other, we try to find the best way to do it, we try to find the reasonable way to do it, I mean financial way. and we agree on things. But for Resistance, for example, we were pretty lucky because we had a lot of people who want to help us, and so it was really a pleasure because everything not get too easy, but it was to have some good location to work on, and so yeah, we are all about speaking with each other and trying to find the best way to do it.
You were a good team.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not that easy because we are like 8 person. So, I mean, that's a lot of talking. But yeah, we are a good team, so that's fine. Definitely.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And Ricardo, do you always do, as producer, what you would like to have as a creator?
But I can say my dream, because my dream was, like producer, my dream was to take a screenplay brought by someone and say, what is this shit? and yeah, no, but I'm kidding. Actually, Ricardo Cannella, producer, and Ricardo Cannella, creator, are two different people, but with same ideas. So I would like to produce artistic content, but sometimes it's very difficult. We like to be a producer. It's like to be a businessman. So we have to look for the market and so many things. So it's very complicated. Yeah,
I know that. Well, you're doing a good job, guys.
I want to add something. It's not the same being you the only producer that when you have to produce with more production companies, and that is something that changes everything. I mean, if you are you are the only producer, it's easier because you can have more power in that project. But when you are working with other production companies, it's like a marriage with a polyamory thing, you know? So you have to be very careful when you are producing with other people, and it's not the same to be nice with the creator, like to just trying to what all these people say, trying to get the best for the project.
Yeah, that's what we felt, because for us we were like 8, and we really felt like the Resistance project was a really at a good point, because before we did a lot of short movies, many projects together, and so at some point we all know what our place, and so it was really good for Resistance, because some people are working more on the media, some people are more working into like I don't know, maybe post-production or helping with the location or trying to find some good network for, I don't know, the press or the TV or etc. And yeah, I think as Oliver said, it's really about knowing the people that you're working with and trying to get the best out of it.
Very interesting. To get the best out of people as producer. Well, when you, I reformulate. When you are in the position of producer, to get the best, what do you do? Which is the main thing that you always do as producer, to have the best, to try to have the best from anyone. It's a tricky one.
Actually, for an example, even for myself, when I'm working, when I try to find, because I'm an actor, because I'm trying to find some jobs, some people to work with, I'm always trying to look like really at the top, really at the best. And you know, it's always this sentence said like trying to reach the moon and you're gonna end up in the stars. So usually like trying to be the best, trying to find the best things. And I think maybe you're not gonna get it, but you're gonna be nearby with some luck. So
with some luck.
Yeah, like player yeah, doing this thing.
And do you have any advice as producer about how online indie series should be produced? Oliver,
there is no one way.
There's no way.
There is no one way to be a good producer. I mean, there is a way to make a good movie. Well, there are true techniques, okay, but that's not gonna give you like the best movie ever. I think that producing is all about belief in the project, because if you are not believing in the project you are producing, why are you producing it? But still, you need to be like Ricardo says. Ricardo Canela, the director, Ricardo Canela, the producer, this is the same here. You need to be another kind of guy with another rules, but still, the most important thing for me is believe in the project you are producing.
That's the first thing to do.
Why not?
I think one very important aspect of being a producer is being a good diplomat and being a good social engineer. So I always try to get teams and people together that I know will also work on a personal level, because that creates a safe space where there is no rivalry, where people try to give their best for the projects and not try to be the best that they can be. So I think that's very, very delicate to get a group of people working together for the same goal, and having all the positions, of course, occupied by people that know what they're doing, but also have fun while doing it. My personal experience is the best movies and short films and series that we did were always done by a team that operated like a group of friends. If you can do that, that's amazing for everybody. It's nice working, and it actually helps the product.
I agree. I definitely agree with this. And I do like the sentence, you have to be a good social engineer and a good diplomat. I really like it. And well, I now have a really, I think, hard question. I would like to talk with you about co-productions, because I think you all have some experience of co-productions behind, right? Or kind of.
Experience with co-production was back in the day when we were talking about movies.
Okay.
I was not a producer, but a producer. In Germany, there's a distinction between the producer, who is the man with the money, and the producer who is hired. In Germany, the man who owns the thing is der Produzent, and the hired producer is called a producer. I don't know how this translates into English. So I was hired, it was not my production.
Okay.
So, and I've never co-produced a web series, even though I try to get a German-French co-production off the ground.
Okay. Axel, we lost you. Okay, we have some technical problem. I'll so ask, while Axel is fixing, I'll ask you Oliver and Ricardo, because I know they have co-productions experience. I don't know if Frederick does.
Actually, we are working along the way on Resistance with another production called Buffalo Corp. Join us at the very beginning. And for us, it was pretty easy because Maxime is a friend of the guy who owned Buffalo Corp, and so they already worked together. So it was like I can say a non-stop working thing. So they have been working together for a long time. So for us, it was pretty not easy because it's never easy, but it was okay. It was okay.
It was okay.
Yeah. We find the best way to be like all right with the same on the same condition.
And it's the only one you had, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Oliver and Ricardo has some experiences behind about co-productions, right?
Yep.
I remember. You have a lot.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
You first.
I think the co-production is the only way for create a big project. So cinema is need the co-production. So I think so. It's very, very important.
But do you have some, does in your opinion, some optimal ways or good ways to do a co-productions? Basically, talking about also your experiences, of course.
My experience. I don't know, but I think it's very important to have the clean idea, and there is it's very important the rules in co-production. But when you have a right co-producer, it's easier. But depends on what kind of co-production is it. It's because there are very many co-productions. You can co-produce a movie with a private or a company or a government. So there are very different kinds of co-productions, and there are so many rules here too that become very the production can become complicated. So
I know. Oliver?
I have to say that I had good experience and bad experiences with while co-productions. And I think that the biggest problems we had was because we didn't know really well the other company.
Okay.
And that in the end it makes problems because, as I say before, a co-production is like a marriage, and you need to be really you have to have a compenetration, because if not, that's not gonna work well. Now we are even singing contracts in order. If you want to make another company more to make the co-production, because that happens a lot. You are producing, and in the end, someone more wants to join in that pies, okay? But the problem is that maybe you don't like the company, and you have problems with whatever, So now it's better to be together while making every option, okay? Because if one company says one thing and the other says the other, the war is going to start, and that's a big problem. And maybe in the end, you say, okay, I'm going out of this project, and you lose all that time you put into the project, and that's a pity. But when you know the company, you have the same goals, everything is going to be better. But I think that my good advice for people making co-production is to know well the company with you are going to the best. So.
Definitely. And another thing that I think, and now you are going to tell me if I'm right or wrong, that you have to know well as a producer is if you can get or try to get funds or subsidies from your country or from Europe, right? It's a producer duty, right?
Yep. Yeah, actually, we had some funds here in the Basque Country. We made YouTube Planitia, and this last year, we made The Cell, also a pilot. with money from the Basque government, that they put this money to promote the Basque language. So if someone is putting Basque language into series, we can have these grants. That is not like really big, but it's not bad because it's between 10,000 and 20,000 euros. It's not bad, but it's not to make like a big production, but it's something. And also we have our own grants to make our series, with also this thing of promoting the Basque language into the international circuit. And we made like 7, 8 series maybe now with these projects, with these grants.
Mm-hmm. And is the only? It's not the only funds you.
In Spain, yeah, we don't have funds for web series now. We only have funds for movies or short films. But actually, there's not something specific for digital series. And it's a pity because we cannot do anything. And it's weird because we have a lot of web series creators in Spain, but we don't have something specialized for it. So it's really, really weird because when you are trying to get these funds, okay, you can see like series, mini series that are not short series, how to say, short films, but never digital. And when you try to put this short form series into the grants, they say that is not for that type of series. So it's really weird. But that's the only thing we find here, and it's really, really hard. But I think there are some co-production grants for Europe Media here. Yeah. That's different, but they are really, really hard to get, and a lot of paper thing you have to do and everything. But well, step by step.
Step by step. And what about you, Frederick? Are there some subsidies or funds in France for web series or digital content?
Yeah. There is many media who are putting money into the web series and stuff like that. It seems like from I don't know, maybe 3 to 4 years, it's getting better and better, bigger and bigger, and so there is this TV channel like Arte or like France Télévisions. They are putting money to do some series for the like Instagram or YouTube, and so yeah, in France we are pretty lucky with this kind of stuff because there is money to do digital things.
Well, that's really, really, really good thing.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Axel.
My internet provider shut me out and I had to re-log on with my cell phone.
Don't worry, we were talking about subsidies and funds on a regional and also on a European level.
Yeah.
And we found out that France has a lot of possibilities, right, Frederick?
Yeah. Many possibilities, and but as I said, is never easy to get it. But I mean, if you're working, meeting the good people, and trying to get the best, and you're gonna find probably some people to do some stuff.
And what about Germany, Axel?
Well, actually, we are quite lucky in this respect too. Not quite as lucky as France, I guess, but we do have a pretty strong film funding network in Germany. It started out for supporting cinema, then went into supporting television, and a couple of years now, it's also supporting digital series and projects. It's a system that is split up over our different states. So there's not a German film fund, but there is a film fund for North Rhine-Westphalia, for Hesse, for Bavaria, and so on. So it depends on where in Germany you're located, what film fund is the place to go to. And there are differences between all those. I personally have most of my experiences, of course, with my local ones, which is the North Rhine-Westphalia Filmförderung. They also founded our QPAD series a couple of years back. We were actually one of the very first web series to ever get money out of them. So we started this in a way.
Well done.
Thanks. It actually was quite it took us 2 years of talking to people and making lobbying basically for web series. The great thing about our film fund is in North Rhine-Westphalia, and this does not go for other places in Germany. We also found productions that are not based in North Rhine-Westphalia. So if any of you want to get money from us, all you have to do is spend it here. You don't actually need a co-production partner here, which is what most of the other film funds require. All they require is that you say, okay, I'm getting 100,000 euros from you. You need to spend 150,000 euros in North Rhine-Westphalia. This is the deal, basically. So if you have already a part of your funding in place, and you have a project that can be done here, you can get the rest of the funds via that way. And of course, it helps if you have a local producer on board, but it's not strictly necessary.
That's really interesting. Really, really interesting. And what about
more, Axel, where you have been these 2 years?
I try to tell this everybody, whoever asks, but
we'll try
now we know.
Yeah.
Now we know. It's a really, really well.
It's really nice, and it's the idea behind is, of course, is to support the local film production network, because if you come here and hire crew here and hire equipment here, this is all money that stays in North Rhine-Westphalia that the companies pay taxes on, and so it's basically an incentive for the local film production landscape.
Riccardo, is kind of similar in Italy, or I'm wrong? Because I know we have we have some funds here for digital series, but does it work?
Yes, we produced a web series, Anachronism, with funds from Sicilian government, with Sicily Film Commission, Sicilian government. But we are producing now 2 movies in the same way with this kind of fund. But maybe not all people know that this is a very difficult co-production, because like I said, is a co-production. There is a really long deal that you have to read before to can produce this kind of movie with the government. And it's not easy, because they don't give you they give you just the 50% of your co-production and a maximum of, for example, if you have a 1 million film production, so they can give you just 2,000 euros, for example. So not so many money. You need more other co-productions too. But but I have to say that Sicily is have a good opportunity for other for creative productions, because we are, for example, we are co-producing a movie with a new one, new production from Germany, and they want, the Sicilian government want that the other productions become in Sicily to shoot. So this can be really a good opportunity.
Interesting. I didn't know that about Sicily. I'm learning so much from you guys today. And let's connect for these last 15 minutes we have the talk we have to the market. So Oliver, as a co-founder of the digital market DIMA, first of all, do we have an indie series market now? And in your opinion, which are the major needs of the web series market? And after that, everyone can answer. And Oliver, I think you are mute.
Yeah, I was mute, sorry. I would try to do my best with this question. Okay, yeah. If we found DIMA, it's because we really think that there is a market for indie and digital series, of course. And I think there is. The problem that we have now is maybe the same problem that has all the audiovisual. We have to stop a lot of things during this pandemic situation, and that's why also DIMA is not growing as fast as we want. Because at that point when everything started, we have a schedule to bring more productions companies and distribution companies to the web series market. But if you go, for example, to MIP TV or MIP Cancun or whatever other markets like NAPTE and ITV Fest, you can see that there is a lot of interest for short form series. It's like the new thingy that is happening, and even some platforms like Netflix are trying with shorter content. So yeah, there's a real good market, but we need to dive into that one. And about the needs that we need, I think that we really need to be better promoters of ourselves, okay? Because at some point, I think we started with a real bad name that it was web series. All the people was saying that web series was really good, and we don't know how to promote ourselves really good. That's something that we need to change. And also we have to say with a really big mouth and not with small mouth, I'm making web series. No, I'm making web series. And what we are making is really good content, and it's something different. Maybe that's the big thing I have to say about that.
I agree. And so for Oliver, we do have a market, and we have a lot of needs. What about Axel? Do you think we have a market, and which are the needs of our?
Well, we definitely have a market. Personally, I speak about Germany because I don't really know much else. But over the last couple of years, there have been several platforms coming up that are showing web series. The TV stations are finally getting in on the game. So there is a market, but the market is not really compatible with what independent web series are produced at the moment. The market that has developed in Germany has basically developed parallel to the TV stations, because most of the big platforms, minus Netflix and Amazon and the really big players, are in some way run by TV stations. So they are used to operate like TV stations. So there are commissioning editors, you have to pitch there, they are looking for certain content that has to match their brand and their audience, and so they prefer to get in on a project early and produce it together with you. So it's not really helpful if you're a producer who has made an independent web series that is done, that it is as it is. They will usually not buy this. There are exceptions, but most of the stuff that is on these platforms is actually produced for the platforms. And this makes it very hard for beginners or very small companies to get in there. They still prefer to deal with the big players and know where they know the people because they've been working with them on TV sites for many years. So this is still this is a problem that has been developing.
Yeah, I agree.
One experience I would like to share is Oliver said rightfully so that at MIP and other TV-centric markets, there seems to be quite an interest in short-form series. Last year, I went to the European film market, the market at the Berlinale, which is traditionally more for movies and less for series, but they are also dealing with TV series there. And I was selling a movie I had co-produced. It was really a very, very low budget, independent, genre thing. And it was no problem finding people that were willing to buy it.
Really?
No problem at all. They really honestly didn't care about the quality. They just knew, oh, there's a movie, yeah, we'll buy it. Usually the deals were really shitty, but they wanted to buy it. I've never experienced anything like this with a series. So there are many distributors and sales agents now that say, yeah, we are also doing a digital series, but they really don't know how to handle it. They don't have an understanding of the format, and they don't have an understanding of the market yet. They have the idea that there is something coming up here, that this is something that we need to get into. But if you talk to them about what you did, they will say, I don't know, who's going to buy that? And so there are very few people that on the Berlinale European film market that were actually really buying web series. Many that said they wanted to buy it, but basically what they really wanted was short TV series, because that was a format that they could deal with and understand.
That's really interesting. Really interesting. I have so many ideas now that I want to talk about. We don't have time, so maybe I will write you an email with much more other questions. But connecting to Axel, Frederick, you are the new one, we can say, to the web series, right? Because La Résistance is your first web series.
Okay.
Connecting to what Axel just told us, what's your opinion about this market, since you are new to the market?
For us, we felt like we really, the web series was really a good opportunity to be into the real business and to be into the marketplace with maybe the season 2 by from a TV channel or a platform as Netflix or someone else. So we think about it, and we decided to do it because we at the beginning we wanted to do a real movie, like a regular feature film, and because we are not really a lot of money to do it, it was pretty complicated to work 2 months straight on the same project. So we thought that Resistance was a better opportunity because we can work as a series and doing episode from episode from many time. And so we spend around, 1.5 years to do this series. And for us, I think it is the best way to be into the market and to show to the people what we are doing. And even if we have no money, we can do something with a good quality, and trying to find the best person to be into the real game, if I can say that, like be found and be produced by TV channel or big company and stuff.
So you didn't, I hope you never experienced the who would you buy this? Because it's I think that the worst sentence a creator can can receive. Why?
We'll know. Right now the web series is going to be out really soon, so we don't know yet, but we will know in maybe 2 to 3 months. We'll know. But I mean, it's even if they don't buy that, I mean, it's a big project for us, and so somehow it's going to make you grown up because of the experience you get, because of the things you know, because of the things you learn. So it's always a good experience, and every part of the people working on this series, they're having their own careers into cinema. Mm-hmm. So the actors, scenarists, director and stuff. So it's good to be together and do something together and trying to be the best and get the best out of it. But at the end, if the project go somewhere else, it's going to be good. And otherwise, we'll try to do something else.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Yeah.
And last but not least, in these few minutes, Ricardo, what do you think about the market? We do have a market, and do you experience something like Axel, Oliver, and Frederic?
But actually, I hate the question about the market in Italy, because when I am in an international panel, every country said, yes, in my country there is a market, yes, and then I have to talk about Italy, and it's said because actually in Italy we don't have a web series market, and probably everyone say different things, probably lie, because we are working for create, but I think in Italy we have just an international market, so we have to go outside the Italy, and so I'm happy that there is a market in the other country, because for the production and the producer can produce and go away from the Italy for now, but we hope in the future we will have a market too. But now there aren't platforms for the web series. But we hope so. We hope for the best for the future in Italy too.
But which are, in your opinion, the major needs of the market? What does they need probably an identity, because the web series probably will work well in the future for smartphone or tablet. So they need really a good platforms for tablet or smartphone. In the other country, in USA, for example, there are many experiments about this, but I think we have to work more for create a real identity for the web series. Okay, thank you, Ricardo. I kind of agree, especially about the Italian situation of the market. We know that. And they just text me that we are about to end our panel. So, well, thank you so much, guys, for being with us and for making me learn a lot about the production, about the producer position, and about the market. And I think I will reach you with an email with some curiosity I have, because of course 1 hour is never enough.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Seriale for having us talking about market and production and web series. And I think we can say goodbye.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Thanks for the Thanks for the broad insight about the web series market in Europe. We're now going to have a short 30-minute break until 1:30 p.m. And after that, we're going to be back with a presentation about the platform Flixo. And you can write your questions into the chat and we'll have a live Q&A afterwards. See you then. We are now back here with Sergio Sosa from Flixo. We should be. Hello, Sergio.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, we are fine. Thank you. How are you?
Great. I think that I have the feed on my phone. Let me turn it up.
Thank you.
I'm fine, thanks.
Thank you for being here. We will now see the presentation of Flixo, and afterwards there's going to be a short live Q&A with you.
Great, awesome.
We'll be right back.
Hi everyone, my name is Sergio and I'm the VP of Content of Flixo, a streaming platform and production studio focused on web series, or microseries, as we'd like to call them, since nowadays everything is web-based. It's great to be part of this Seriale again. This is our third year in a row as part of this event, in which we have participated both as a sponsor but also as a nominee, having some of our original productions in competition. Thanks for tuning into our presentation, in which I will give you a quick tour of how Flixo works, some important updates regarding what we've been up to, and most importantly, tell you how to be a part of the platform as well. Back in 2016, we were just a mixed group of people with one thing in common. We were amazed by some new technologies, all of them based around the idea of peer-to-peer interactions, of community interactions, that were bringing more and more solutions to different problems all around us. We were independent creators and avid consumers of new media, and we were struggling to either get our stuff out there or to find the content we wanted to watch and support. So we thought, what if we could use some of this tech to create an ideal ecosystem for independent audiovisual content? A new model in which creators could reach any audience, regardless of its chances of paying for a subscription. A place where they could also monetize without having to achieve an almost impossible number of views, followers, or whatever. That's how we came up with Flixo, a new platform with a new model. We were lucky enough to find people who believed in our idea and supported us to make it a reality. And here we are, some years later, still moving forward with that vision. Currently, video platforms are facing several challenges that ultimately affect content creators. Most of them rely on subscription models that exclude a huge portion of their potential younger audiences. And since the offer is huge, building long-term engagement with those users is very difficult. They end up focusing on classic formats for their shows, not being very receptive to producing or acquiring short-form series. On the other hand, platforms focus on more independent content where creators can upload their shows directly, make it really hard for them to actually monetize. And while these platforms are mostly free to the public, they rely on invasive ads that damage the watching experience. With Flixo, we have introduced a whole new monetization and distribution model perfect for short-form series and younger digital audiences called GVOD, which stands for Gamified Video On Demand. With GVOD, we reward users for their actions and social interactions inside our video platform, and we do it with our own cryptocurrency called Flix. This encourages users to engage with content and to support their favorite creators. Flixo is a transactional platform, and people need to obtain those rewards in order to pay for videos. But getting that credit is fun and interactive. For instance, users can watch ads whenever they want to, and actually get paid directly by advertisers for their time and attention. Ads are never imposed or tied to the content. They can also complete different challenges related to content consumption. Did they watch a whole season of a series? They get a reward. Did they invite a friend to use Flixo? They get a reward as well. Those rewards can then be used to consume more videos, paying you, content creators, directly. You are the final and main recipients of these earnings. You are the sole owner of the material you share on Flixo. Because we use a cryptocurrency and blockchain technology, payments are done instantaneously and in a transparent way. So in short, while the audience doesn't need to spend their own money or even have a credit card to use the platform, content creators still monetize every single time someone watches their videos. Since the Flix token has a real market value, both the audience and content creators can trade them for dollars, euros, or any other currency, and then can also spend them outside the platform by paying for stuff directly with Flix. Did you collect a lot of Flix? Check the app for the nearest bar or coffee shop that accepts them and enjoy a drink. Besides monetization, Flixo also takes advantage of peer-to-peer technology to improve distribution. Users have the chance to be rewarded for lending some space on their devices to the Flixo network and act like seeders of videos, replacing centralized servers. This reduces energy consumption dramatically while also improving the performance of the streaming. It is also another way for users to engage with your content, creating an overall sense of community. After some years of developing the platform and participating in different markets and festivals, including several webfests, we finally launched the first official version of Flixo during 2020. In this initial stage, we focused the release on Argentina and Latin America, with plans to expand to other territories in the near future. With the main features of our model available, a strong catalog of more than 100 microseries from all around the world, our first exclusive originals and a successful press campaign, we were able to close the year with 80,000 registered users. Besides our participation in festivals and the prizes we have been granting at different pitch competitions, we were also able to help new content by hosting the online version of international film festivals, such as Buenos Aires Rojo Sangre, the oldest festival of horror and fantasy cinema in Latin America. We opened our new offices where both our creative and technology teams work together. New microseries are being produced along new ventures on the tech side, with the first white label versions of Flixo being developed for third-party platforms interested in our model. As for our originals, we have produced and co-produced several microseries that include all kinds of genres: animation, fantasy, comedy, travel documentaries, and innovative interactive fictions. We have also been able to act as a bridge between the world of short-form series and some of the bigger players in the industry, partnering with huge TV channels such as Caracol TV from Colombia, bringing their content to Flixo, and licensing some of our original series to other platforms, including the biggest VOD platform in Argentina, Flow. We want everyone to fall in love with microseries. Before the end of the year, we will release a big update on the platform, including several tools for content creators to track and control the performance of their series, and also a community section where people will be able to add non-serialized short-form content. If you have a series and would like to be on Flixo, either globally or in a specific territory, please reach out to us at content@flixo.com. To all of you who may already have a series on the platform, hopefully we will be able to use this Seriale to catch up. We are thankful that you have trusted Flixo with your series at such an early stage and are thrilled to keep on working together. Have a great festival, take care and stay healthy.
We are now back here with a live Q&A with Sergio Sosa from Flixo. And we're going to start off with the first question. How do you acquire new series and which are the requirements?
Great question. So what we've been doing so far, the platform born as a way for people to actually be able to have a direct control over their material. So most of the series you can see on the platform currently are actually, they've been uploaded because the creators wanted to add them to the platform. They just talk to us and basically they are the owners of the series. They decide, in which territories they want to stream them, and all the earnings are theirs as well. So far, the approach we had has been pretty direct. We've been traveling to a lot of webfests and doing, that kind of networking, spreading the word and telling people about what we're doing. And luckily for us, a lot of people got interested and trusted us to actually put their material on the platform. So right now, what they can do is just email us. We can, take a quick look at the material and give you the further steps to be able to add the show to the platform.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you. And following with the next question, where is Flix accepted?
Well, Flix works mostly as a utility token inside the platform. You can think of it, for people who are not very savvy with cryptocurrencies and stuff. basically like the Disney money. So it works mostly inside the platform to fuel the model. Advertisers need to actually obtain clicks in order to pay users after they watch the ads, and then the users have those clicks to pay creators for the videos. But as any other cryptocurrency, you can actually go to a few exchanges where we have the token listed and use clicks to exchange them for Bitcoin or dollars or euros. That's if you want to use them, outside Argentina, which is where we are based right now. Here in Argentina, you can use them in some shops actually to pay for stuff directly with clicks, and that is something that we will be trying to expand in the near future. So in short, Flix are accepted in Flixo to watch content, and after that, it is up to the people who want them. They can change them for another currency, hold on to them in hope that they will, raise in value. If they want to see it as an investment, that's up to the people. They can do it as well, or they can, if we already are there, try to use them in some shops nearby.
Interesting, thank you. I think we get another question. By the way, again, if you want to participate, you can write your questions into the chat and we'll ask them here live. How do you secure the movie rights when using peer-to-peer connection? Is it safe?
Yes, well, I'm talking, of course, there will be different points of view, but as far as I'm concerned, it's as safe as anything else. We have actually a hybrid model for the peer-to-peer part. For the payments, that's only a peer-to-peer network to handle those payments, and there is a separate BitTorrent network actually, but used only inside the Flixo network for hosting the material. I mentioned in the presentation that in Flixo, people have the chance to be hosting some of the videos as well and act as seeders to reduce the energy consumption of using centralized servers and also reduce the cost for us of using centralized servers, so we can guarantee a bigger earning to the videos. So in comparison, for instance, let's take the biggest ad-based platform in the world, YouTube. They rely on ads, but they also have huge costs of infrastructure, which we are trying to lower by implementing this peer-to-peer network. So that's the reason why we use it, to improve the experience and to be more eco-friendly somehow. But as far as the rights and, the safety of the content, for people who are acting like seeders, they're actually hosting, small parts of the videos, and they are on an encrypted folder on their computers. And for people who don't want to participate in that, we actually can use, traditional servers and, have a DRM protecting the material. We recently had a few film festivals in the platform, which of course needed to be hosted on a more traditional way, and to have some, all security tools on top of that. It was a DRM and et cetera, but what I meant at the beginning is that actually, if people, this will sound very pessimistic, but if someone really wants to pirate material, they will find a way. People can, right now, steal any movie from Netflix or YouTube or et cetera, even with just using, an extension and a click. But yes, what we do is, basically, store content in an encrypted way, and if necessary, we don't have to rely on the peer-to-peer distribution. You can use a more traditional distribution and just have the material hosted that way.
Thanks for giving us some insight here. I think that was a very interesting question. Next question: how many users does Flixo have right now?
Well, we've been active for a year. People probably have been seeing us in WebFest for more than that, because we actually started traveling towards WebFest before we released the platform. We had a beta version that was only like, a template of what we were building. So we did an official release a year ago in Argentina mostly, but also in the rest of the countries in Latin America. But here is where we did a stronger press campaign, and so far we had 80,000 registered users. We closed the year with near to 60,000, I think. And of course, none of them are highly active users. That really depends. But we are planning on doing a re-release pretty soon. We have a couple of of exclusive shows that are pretty famous around here, which is the same strategy we use for the original release. So we are starting also a new user acquisition campaign pretty soon. We are working towards that. It should be around September. And the idea of that is having a new big press campaign to have a lot of new shows. We are having several exclusive shows this time, and we will do press for each of them. And the idea behind that is for them to actually track audience that then can stay on the platform and check the rest of the offer. So we're working towards expanding the user base, expanding the things that they can only find in Flixo, and expanding, this whole gamification schemes that I mentioned in the presentation, providing people who are actually around here, different incentives to use the platform. And behind that is the goal of reaching the user base, expanding the user base, and, helping the rest of the web series on the platform to get shown and to get viewed and to get exposed.
Sure, yes. There's another one. Do you have more amateur series or also professional filmmakers?
We have everything. It was really weird, because I can do a little bit of history here. When we started the platform, the main idea was, okay, let's use blockchain and cryptocurrencies and BitTorrent in a legal way to actually create a model that works. These are great techs, we can use them. And right away, we mostly come from the film industry, not from the tech world on the team. So we realized that we needed to have an identity, we needed to have a target, and we needed to have a specific format, at least at the beginning, and at least to be, the main focus of the platform. And that's when we leaned towards short-form content and short-form series, because we thought that they were perfect, a perfect match. Here is a content that is mostly pretty well produced and who is still trying to find a home. They are perhaps get a little bit hidden when you put them on a platform like YouTube that is so huge, but then it's kind of difficult to go to the regular markets to try to sell them to Netflix and the rest of the big VOD platforms. So that's why we decided to go for web series. Then we entered this world, which blow our minds, and in our perception, most of them are actually pretty professional, not in the traditional sense of being a super production maybe, but they are stories that are well written, that are, told with passion. And we think that people are actually less picky about stuff right now, not as far as quality, but I mean, as far as everything. Netflix has some short film series that they don't actually advertise as short film series. They just put them out there and people love them anyway. It's not like it ends and they say, oh, the end of the F world and lasted only 12 minutes, or, Bonding or Love Death Robots, it lasted only 13 minutes or whatever. People are more open to actually, consume everything. And with TikTok and all that platforms, you can see that they are actually pretty open to actually watch videos shot from your home, that the most important thing is that the idea is there and that it works. So we have a plethora of stuff. We have since very, very independent content and some very well-produced series in the platform, but I think that they all hold in common that they are stories that are told with a message. The thing that we did at first, because we needed some kind of, I don't know, I don't know how to say this. We needed some way to actually know where to begin and where to end in what type of content we were bringing to the platform. So our initial way of doing it was, if it was on a webfest, then it can be on the platform. That's like your direct entry to the platform. You can be in there, but not because of a quality thing, but only because that showed us that the show had, a lot of work behind it, that they took the chance, that they took the effort to actually, submit it to festivals, etc., and it was a nice way for us to get to know the whole web series world. But right now, people can send, we have series, shot on the pandemic from home using Zoom, and we have series shot with a big budget. So it really depends on what the series is trying to tell.
Okay, great. Well, I think we have time for one last question. You already mentioned the pandemic. Has the pandemic helped your platform to reach more people because everything happens online?
Yes, it's super weird saying this because it's kind of we are in the minority, I think. But at the beginning, it was terrible, like for most of us, I think. But we decided to think fast, and right away we changed the dynamic, of our work and put all the effort on doing an online campaign, and we had people back at home watching more content, being more receptive to actually engage with maybe a new platform, and we think it worked. Of course, we don't know how the launch would have been without the pandemic, but in comparison, we think that it actually, I don't know if it was better for us, but I can say that we were able to adjust our dynamic to that. That's what I meant. We were going to do, I don't know, a press campaign on the streets, with signs and with a lot of stuff that, since how I show in the app, we had actually some shops that accept Flix, and we were going to go heavy in that direction, but then people were at home, so we put that on hold and moved those resources to, I don't know, trying to reach more content or trying to expand the campaign online for ads. It helped us, being able to host film festivals, which is something that probably wouldn't have happened. Finally, I don't know. It was weird. We were able to thankfully be able to do the release and to do something during a time that was pretty hard. So yeah, I don't know if it helped us or not, but we were able to get along just fine.
Well,
nice to hear so.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the great presentation and for answering all of our questions. It was very nice to have you here. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys, and congratulations for the festival. And if anyone has any doubts, you can reach out to us at content@flixer.com. And we have a lot of things to tell you, so feel free to ask them.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Now we are moving on with the web series in South America panel, moderated by Gisela Benenson and joined by Gisela Watzold-Hildebrandt.
Good afternoon. Buenos dias, bom dia, and welcome, bienvenidos, to our panel, which will be moderated by Gisela Benenson, director, screenwriter, playwright. She worked as an author for Telefe, Polka Argentina, Televisa Mexico, A Entertainment Television, and McGuffin Spain. Director and screenwriter on the short film Treatment and digital series Soy Under and In Network, all of them winner competition of Inca and nominated for several international festivals. Screenwriter of the feature films Dead Birds, When I See You Again and The Dance, winner of the scholarship of the Ministry of Culture of Madrid for the script Lies About Eva. She wrote her plays, I Love You, Like the Air I Breathe, and To Whom It Corresponds, both for the Ministry of Culture of the Nation. And also several plays released in Micro Teatro, winner of the Arte Theatre Prize for the work The Triangle of Bermuda, and writer of the popular series Apache, The Life of Carlos Tevez. She participated as a member of jury in several scripts and digital series contests. And now, Gisela, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Gisela. Hi, everyone. Welcome, and it's really a pleasure to have you all here to talk and exchange point of view about how production and distribution of web series work in South America. Well, we have here representatives of the different countries and who are creators, producers, actors, writers, festival and platform directors. First, I'm going to introduce you and then we start, okay? We have here Luis Felipe Alvarado. Luis has a communication degree and over 25 years involved in teaching and writing scripts for television, screenwriter of several TV formats, especially soap operas, among which include Luz María, Isabela, Soledad, released in Peru and parts of Europe and Asia. Script doctor for various television networks in North and South America, director of communication career such as photo, audiovisual and multimedia, advertising and cinematography in Toulouse-Lautrec School of Design and Communication with over 35 years in the market. Emmy Award jury in 2015, Roma Web Fest and Seoul Web Fest in 2018 and 2019, University Teacher of Advanced Script Courses, MBA in Business Administration, founder and CEO at Lima Web Fest. Hello, Felipe.
Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
Sergio Sosa is an Argentinian producer and audiovisual artist. He feels right at home, working in the middle of art and technology. Currently, he is the VP of Content and Operation of Flixo, an innovative blockchain-based video platform where he focuses on producing original series. Laura, she is a writer and producer. Since 2017, she has been working at UN3, an Argentine channel dedicated exclusively to short series. She currently works in content programming, production and distribution. She is also a writer of screenplays, narrative and poetry, and is trained in performing arts, working as an actress and assistant director in several plays in Buenos Aires. Leandro Correa da Silva is the founder of Rio Web Fest, the biggest digital series festival of the Southern Hemisphere, and São Paulo Web Fest. He also a history teacher and a radio TV graduate by the Universidade Federal do Rio de Janeiro. His short-format 85-episode comedy series, Oposto do Sexo, The Opposite of Sex, accumulated over 1 million views on YouTube and was sold 5 times to France, Russia, Canada, and South Korea for SVOD platforms. He is also the technical supervisor of Canal Curta, a Brazilian cable TV specialized in documentaries. Okay, and Santiago. Santiago Gomez, with more than 15 years of experience in the audiovisual market, Santiago has been in many aspects of this area. As creator, writer, actor, producer, director, has accomplished to know the industry in Colombia. Now, one of his goals is to talk about how, with the storytelling, we can change our lives. Okay, let's talk, please. Tell me. I am agree with you.
That's fine. Hello, everyone.
Okay, hello. Well, welcome. And now I'm going to ask you to make some questions, and please feel free to answer whoever wants to do it. And the one it has to do with the change and the transformation of the web series during the years, because I've been watching a lot of series these days in the Seriale, and I was really surprised about the level and the quality of all the series. So the question is, what changes have you observed? What transformations can you see through these years in the production of the series and in the series themselves? Speaking in South America, no, specifically. And perhaps if the way of production has that changed anything since, for example, I don't know, 10 years ago or 15 when everything began. What do you think about this transformation of the level and the quality? Okay, please.
Please, les ruego por favor que pueda empezar en español para poder, digamos, fluir mejor. ¿Está bien, Giselle?
Of course. He's going to start speaking in Spanish and we can translate him.
Thank you. Creo que de un tiempo para acá, de unos 5 años para acá, el nivel de las producciones de las series web ha crecido en tanto contenidos como en calidad de producción.
Since, please help me. From five, okay.
Since 5 years, the quality of web series has improved considerably.
Yeah.
And the content also, yes.
And the content too, yes.
Ha pasado de ser la iniciativa de un grupo de jóvenes y de entusiastas para profesionalizarse.
And it has grown over young people and enthusiasts now to more professional way of doing it.
Uh-huh. Y creo que el tiempo es ahora, es el tiempo de los realizadores y de los productores. El dueño del contenido es el rey. ¿Por qué? Porque las plataformas de streaming están mayormente demandadas por un público que está en sus casas.
And now, since content is king, the time has come to pay attention to the audience which is watching at home. Did I correctly translate? Okay.
Yes, fine, thank you. And creo que es un buen momento para las series web para crecer de manera importante y mover hacia move forward, right?
And now is the moment for the web series to really make the step and become more important. I would add to grow up.
Uh-huh. Y los medios tradicionales, los canales tradicionales, las televisoras tradicionales, TV traditional way of the project, the content, en Perú no se han dado cuenta, no miran el futuro. Y las plataformas digitales de los canales tradicionales siguen transmitiendo lo mismo, antiguo, pasado, no está modernizándose.
Okay, you might have the same problem as we in Germany. The platforms you have now are more attached to the traditional television and not to the, let's say, new wave.
Yes. Okay, they can't see the future.
Thank you.
Yet. Okay, Leandro?
Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, I think that web series are not a new thing. I've heard of web series ever since the early 2000s. Like Globo, which is the biggest broadcaster of Brazil, had a portal just web series, and this was in 2002. Maybe 2001, but what really changed was after, especially I would say, Game of Thrones, there was this big hype for series, and web series, even though they are not in trend, they were not in trend anymore, because the first pitch for web series did not work in the beginning of the century, but right now they started peaking again because of the mobile devices. So everyone has a phone in their hands, and this is why people are consuming this kind of material, especially series, first in movies, but after, especially Game of Thrones, I would say everyone's consuming series, and long before that, people are consuming series on YouTube and other digital platforms. I completely agree with Luis. I work at a television channel. My boss hates web series, and he does not understand it. He thinks that web series are the same as vlogging, which is not, of course. But the traditional media has to evolve because it's dying. Like every year, the cable television loses subscribers, and these subscribers are all going for VOD. And my boss knows this, so he has his own VOD platform. But anyway, and for web series, especially in South America first, and right now the trend is for brands. There's lots of branded series, and they see this way in a way of engaging their audience to consume a product or to consume whatever the brand is selling. And also, of course, for independent creators who doesn't see their niche represented on the mainstream media. So if you're in the LGBTQ community, for instance, and you don't see a lot of LGBTQ content on the mainstream media, they have web series for that. And these are the most, I would say, successful cases of web series, is the one that are niche focused, not only in LGBTQ, but in anime or I don't know, action movies or whatever. And for web series, the way to success I see are mainly two ways. The first way is to sell the web series as is. And I've done this with my own web series, The Opposed to the Sex. We sold it's a lucrative web series because it was very cheap to produce. And since we did a lot of episodes, we had 85 episodes, we managed to make money out of it, because even though it's a small fee per episode, since it's a lot, and we sold it multiple times, and it was cheap to produce, it was conceived to be a web series, and it was lucrative because of this. But there's also the other way that people do a web series with a lot of investment. They just do a pilot or maybe 2 or 3 episodes, and then they got bought by Netflix or another streaming platform, and then they got adapted to a longer format. And this, I would say, example as 3%, which is one of the biggest digital series of Brazil. They got adapted to Netflix, had like 4 seasons or 5, I don't remember, but it's a huge success. So these are possible ways for creators to look at themselves and to start to make successful projects.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and Santiago?
Yes. Hello. I think what is happening in Colombia is really similar to what's happening all around South America. I think web series are just emerging as a new way to communicate and to send a message to the world. So what Leandro was saying about TV is losing audience day by day. The same is happening here in Colombia, but I think not only TV, I think radio and the traditional platforms of communication is losing audience day by day. So many few networks have been paying attention at this. There's just one big network here, like Caracol TV. I don't know if you guys know it. Okay. they have its own platform that is called Caracol Play, and they are now, well, a few years ago, they have been producing web series as well, you know. But the other one, that is like the other one that is really big, they are not paying attention at this, because they are saying that the content that they want to show to the audience, it is like the same they have in traditional television, but changing some aspects of it. So I think they are not watching wisely the way that they can communicate to other people, to the rest of the people, you know. And there are other networks that are not that big, but they are also trying to do transmedia communication, like all the web series that they are producing for the different platforms. They're using it also to the TV, you know. So that is what is happening in Colombia. I thought that this pandemic was going to show to the people the importance that digital platforms has right now, you know, but it's not. Still the same. And you will see that big networks are trying to see that web series are important for different audiences, you know. So I think that is what is happening in Colombia right now.
Okay. I want, due to this we are talking, it's so do you think that it's essential that web series have their own platforms and distribution channels, or the only way to make a profit, because we know that we invest in producing web series, but it's very difficult to monetize and to sell them. So what do you think about this? There have to be more a platform for web series, or we have to think to sell them for example, mainstream platforms such as Netflix or Amazon. Netflix has now some short content. So when you create the series, what are you thinking about? Because all of us want our series to be watched by a lot of people, and also to have some of the money back of the producer so as to make more web series. So what do you think about this? You are thinking to sell to Netflix, or you have to sell and create like Flixo, specific platforms for web series, or Un3 TV, or Caracol?
Okay. I think that web series are gaining some space in big platforms, and also I think there is no the same difference that there was before, a few years before, about series and web series, like something totally different. But I think it's still very hard to monetize it and gaining money with these productions, and also they are gaining a lot of quality, and it need more budget. So we are like in a tricky moment there, but I think, well, UN3 is a platform specifically thinking in web series, and I think maybe the two strategic are valid, because I think in Argentina UN3 was very important to talk about this and make this format, and people know this format. I don't know how it would be if there was not such platform. Also, I see that YouTube content. There are a lot of producers that are making YouTube content for another ages maybe. Before we have only influencers maybe thinking in teenagers or very young people, and I see that now there are a lot of channels that are thinking in people like 30 years or 40 with specific subjects like politics or comedy or actuality. I think there's that is a lot of people are thinking in this big change of the way of producing content.
Yes, great.
Sure. No, I wanted to chime in. Speaking from as someone who is both, we are both producing web series and also a platform for web series. So we've been at this situation of going to perhaps more traditional places and content markets and try to tell them about it, and both in Argentina and, around the world. And it's really weird because it's very complicated and difficult to get a grasp of exactly what the situation is. It's interesting because I was listening to all of you and all of you were saying every single thing that was, before in my mind. And some of them, it's like you try to get to a conclusion and it's very difficult. For instance, here in Argentina, as Laura was saying, it's become easier and easier to explain what a web series is, because I guess that all of you have this problem that sometimes you say web series and you still get the question of what's that. And in Argentina, it's very easy because we just have to say it's like the stuff on UN3, the channel where Lau works. And because they were very big here, they had some hit series that really put the format in the collective thinking of people. Perhaps they don't use the term web series, but they know, that series that was short and that I watch on YouTube. And after that, some more traditional platforms started, showcasing web series, and we actually were able to sell a couple of the series we produced to a very big video platform here, which is Flow, that also has, content from other web series producers, etc. And I was thinking also about Caracol in Colombia, as Santiago said. So some people are paying attention, but the people that are not paying attention at all. So that's where the huge difference comes from. And that's where I agree with Laura. I think that we are at a point where both approaches are valid, and we're still trying to find our feet. From my experience, what's been working is, first of all, we were having some trouble with the term web series, which we love it, but we realize that it's confusing because for some people it translates as something that is homemade, because they very easily, web equals something that you shoot with a webcam, which can be great, but they think that everything's like that, and they don't relate that to the industry. And then we go to the industry and we say web series, and they have the same fear. But if we use short form content outside a content market, it just doesn't sound good. It doesn't have a nice ring to it to tell a friend you should watch this short form series. It's really boring. We started talking as a test about micro series. We just, figured that we should try to use something else when we are sitting with someone important and see what happens. They are paying attention. They like the term. And also it's funny because I think that people are starting to care less and less about those differences. As soon as series became a sensation around, the Game of Thrones generation and all these huge series in which watching series became like the thing to do, people don't care if an episode lasts 45 minutes and the next one lasts an hour. Marvel started doing that, and Netflix started having some series, like Love, Death, Robots and all those examples that are web series in the sense of the short form. Maybe a few of their audience will say this is very short, but most of them don't care because people are binge watching shows and stuff, and the rules are starting to bend a lot. So there definitely is a market for web series. What we've been trying to do is perhaps try to offer them as packs, not because they don't have the quality, but because traditional industry is still very attached to the idea of how much content they are buying and they are acquiring in terms of minutes. So we've been trying to use that to our favor to see, okay, for instance, we're selling you this series, but we're also offering you this one. And while we still think that this should be getting a lot more money because it's awesome, okay, we're going to cut the best possible deal, and the idea behind it is it will end up in your big platform and be available and start, flexing people to be open to that. And as a platform, sorry, I'm rambling for a very long time, but as a platform, I think that it's great to actually also have some, platforms that are focused only on that, because niche audiences are still a very big part of everything in the media world. They may be small, but they have a loyalty that you won't find anywhere else. I think that's why you can find anything on Spotify, but there's still some people that will buy a digital album on Bandcamp or a more indie platform, or we actually buy special edition and try to. It's a matter of trying to think in advance what's best for your product and go out there. We try to be a link with the industry. We have the series, and we are also distributing the ones we produce. So we think that it's great that Flixo is a web series platform, but we're still open to the idea of also, getting this content out there to more traditional places. Because I think that both of them can live, but people and the industry need to finally figure out, and we're fighting for that.
Mm-hmm. Right. Santiago?
I think the problem, for example, to close Sergio, about what Sergio was saying, the problem in Colombia about that, about the web series and the platforms is, for example, that big networks that are playing web series on their digital spaces, they're also paying less than less about the money that the real production was cost. I don't know if I said it, but okay, So what I feel, Gisela, it is that as soon as a big known platform starts playing web series more seriously, there will be a space for not only the content, but also the web series platforms as well.
Mm-hmm. In mainstream platforms.
Yes. For example, a Netflix.
Okay.
Netflix starts playing web series more seriously.
Okay.
I think people will know that web series exists, and I think also they will start searching for these specific platforms.
So it's a matter of time. You think that it's a matter of time. Web series are very young, and the market is not used to. It's like something like that.
Probably it's a matter of time, and also it's a matter of the people who works in these big networks. Like to open their wide angle to start watching, to start showing the short films or the web series, And that's what I feel. Probably I'm wrong, but that's what I feel. I don't know.
Okay.
I absolutely agree with everyone. I think the web series is young, but it's growing up fast, right? El año pasado, the last year, we was talking around this topic, and we talked about a series in Netflix is called The End of the Fucking World, for example. It's a short content, right? It's a short term. And Sergio said Love, Robot and Death. Son contenidos cortos, de corta duración, que están empezando a entrar en las plataformas grandes como Netflix y que van a empezar a ser moneda común y van a ser más usuales con el tiempo.
Well, with the short series on big platforms, public gets used to it. It has to take its time, but then it will go on.
Movidos especialmente por algo que dijo Laura, que es no solamente el consumo de las personas jóvenes, sino la producción de los jóvenes realizadores o productores de contenidos.
And it's also a point that up to now, the content has been made for young people. And that might also change.
Ajá. Y bueno, estas plataformas van a ayudar a que los realizadores como un medio importante para transmitir entretenimiento.
And these platforms, these smartphones, will start to help to get the audience aware.
Y tarde o temprano los medios tradicionales tendrán que aceptar que el mercado ha cambiado y las formas de consumo también.
And the big platforms have to learn that the market is changing, that consumers take other tastes.
Y si en Europa están viviendo, digamos, esta transformación de una manera importante, en Sudamérica estamos atrasados con respecto a eso.
I have a slight difficulty here. I'm sorry, Gisela, you have to help me here.
Europe is more advanced in this, and in South America we are like a few steps back.
Okay. And if South America is back, Peru is behind. It is really, really slow. The change is really slow in Peru, yeah.
It's very slow, the change in Peru. And okay, Laura, do you want to say something, or can I ask you another question?
No, I was thinking that I think that in these years, series have grown a lot, as we said, and that maybe but what I think is that a good narrative is still the key for content, and that leads everything, I think, now, like something new or interesting. If the narrative is good, I think the platforms are getting used to that the length or the format is not that important, like a box that you have to fill. That I don't know.
Okay, and Leandro, we are talking about, well, you work in a cable TV so why, for example, you were telling something about that the director of the channel hates web series. Which is his argument? What does he say? That the audience is not going to look for it, or what's?
The thing is, just what Felice just said, big companies usually mean big money. So big money moves slowly. They don't bet. If you have like lots of money, you don't bet on new trends. It's very hard. It's a risky business, and you have a lot to lose. So what happens is, since he's from the older generation, he still sees, as I said, web series as YouTube things. But what I think about when I think about web series, I think the main problem for web series creators is not platforms, it's audiences. I see a lot of good series, of very well produced, very expensive ones, and great series, but they don't have an audience. So if you don't have an audience, you have no leverage. That's the main problem of creators. Because, for instance, and using myself as an example, what helped us was when a blog that had like 100,000 views per day published one episode. So when he published one of our episodes, it got huge. Like the first episode had like 300 views, and then the third episode, which was published, got 300,000. So after we developed this audience, this became a leverage. And then if we continued the project until nowadays, we could have monetized it. So people are watching series every time. People are watching series on TikTok. People are watching series on YouTube. People are watching series everywhere. And the tricky part is to get it monetized, like making people pay for series. But if you have an audience, if you have a faithful audience that loves your content, and you come to them and you say, okay, if you love my content, I need your help. I need you to go on Patreon or to buy our products or to do this. And if you are very authentic and faithful for these people, they will help you produce your series and move on. So my tip for creators is you need to bet on yourself. If you don't have a dad working on a big company with lots of money to finance you and put your series on the mainstream media, if you don't have a big name, if you're just starting, I would say do something cheap that you can pay for it with your own money. You're working, do something long, and not long episodes, but for a long time. So do something short, but for a long time, and then try to develop an audience, going to blogs, going to websites, going to fan sites that talk to the same niche as you. And then if you have an audience, money is not going to be a problem in some time, because you're going to be able to ask them for money, you're going to be able to do crowdfunding, and you're going to be able to sell your own products. And then maybe when you're really big and you have your own audience, the big companies will look after you, because this actually happens. I'm sorry, I'm taking too long, but when you're, we have some cases of big vloggers that the big companies want them, and they don't want to go there because they already have the audience, they already have the money, and they say, okay, we don't need you. I have like 25,000 subscribers, 25 million subscribers, and then if I have the audience, why do I need to go to a big company?
Okay, so let's talk about the audience. I think it's very important, that point. And what do you think about the type of audience that consume web series? If through the years, has it changed, the audience? And when you create a web series, what kind of audience are you thinking of? Which audience is going to look for your series? And if it changed through the years, because we always think about very young people who consume web series, but can you observe some change in the audience?
Well, I think, sorry, interrupted anyone?
Sergio?
Yes, well, we've been trying to figure that out since, we were building a platform, so it's a product, so what's, the actual target audience? We had an idea, and then we had the actual experience with the numbers that showed us if we were terribly wrong or at least close to being right. And as we thought, the most engaging audience so far are perhaps what you would call young adults, people from 20 to 35 years old, maybe. People from the generation that perhaps embrace the concept of a series as something that it's a format itself and can be, not something just to pass the time, but an actual, creative, a piece of art. And those are the people that we know are aware what is a web series and perhaps grew up, supporting more independent artists and have this more artistic kind of personality. Those are the ones who are consuming our web series, knowing what they're watching. Then we have a second audience, which are the younger audience, perhaps from 14 to 20 also. And we figured out that while there be less right now, they are the potential actual audience for this kind of formats. And they don't care if it's a web series or not. They are more receptive to anything, so they just watch it. If they like it, they will engage with that. That's what Leandro was saying. It's all about storytelling first, as Laura said, and then being able to build an audience. And right now I think that it's a great time for engaging in that way. That's why we figured out that, well, it seems like I'm doing product placement for Flixo, but it's where we get our impressions. Right now, we realized that we were trying to move the platform as far as press goes, and showing it, like talking about. Trying to talk to the audience and just sell them what we were trying to do. And then we realized that the idea behind the platform is that it is a platform where you can pay to watch an episode without spending money out of your pocket, because you actually gather some rewards for doing stuff inside the platform. But the whole idea behind it is that when you pay, the owner of the series will monetize right away. And we thought that was something that we had to say to content creators and not the audience. But now we realize that actually that's important to the audience as well, because we're talking to a niche audience that is the kind of audience that will make donations for crowdfunding, that if you tell them you can watch it on YouTube, but if you watch it on Flixo, he will earn double the amount of, or he will monetize, or he or she will monetize, when in YouTube that series probably won't monetize at all. They take the effort to go to a different platform to create a user and to do it. That's the kind of audience that we realize that it's important, that it's loyal, and right now all the idea we're having behind branding the platform is that, the actual original idea of the platform alone is watching on Flixo, you will support, like you support your local, markets, well, support your local industry creators. And I think that people who care are doing that extra effort to actually support content. So that's the audience that we're now, at least at the beginning, try to aim for that kind of stuff. Create something and try to show it in the places where there are people that probably are going through the same things as you.
Okay. Talking about funds in the different countries, how are the series financed, and where do the funds come from in your countries? Charan. We have to rob a bank, or what do you think we can do? For example, in Colombia.
I think that is the key, and I am aware about what is happening, and it is so difficult because sometimes producers, you feel like a producer is like trying to beg everywhere to please believe in my content, believe what do I have, and I think it is too difficult because everybody is, as Sergio and Leandro was saying, like, yeah, crowdfunding is one of the keys, but it shouldn't be, Yes. I think it is a matter of time to see that web series has real content, that has the content that it is important to share with the people and with the different audiences. But it is too difficult. Sometimes it is your own money that it's putting on the producing on a different web series for this to be shown, But answering, for example, like unifying the thing about the audience, I think the audience is the key, and the young people and the young generations are the one who can change that, because this young generation is going to grow one day.
Mm-hmm. I think he's frozen. No?
Yeah, it looks that way.
Okay. So perhaps someone wants to tell from their own country.
Well, in Argentina, as you know, Gisela, we depend a lot of fundings. And these last years, it was very hard that the Institute of Cinema is like stopped in time. I don't know. It's like suspended. I don't know what's going on. but we depend a lot of that. I think now there's a little market that it's possible to reach, but we depend a lot on that funding. I saw also that crowdfunding is growing a lot, and people are like used to pay for support what they want to see. This is like, I don't know, for me it's new, because I saw a few years ago crowdfunding was common for maybe get money to get a second season of something, but now it's growing the idea to make every month pay for to support some content creators that you like also in broadcasting or radio or newspapers. I think that is getting more common, and maybe it's a way to make content that could work.
Welcome. Okay, I think the cast, the actors are very important in this part of the process for crowdfunding. No?
Yes.
And Santiago, welcome back.
Hi, sorry, I don't know what happened. I don't know, sorry.
You were talking about the audience, that these young people are going to grow up someday, so.
Yes, and I think it is like everything, you know. People is going to getting used to it, and it's a matter of culture. And if we start getting into the minds of young people with web series, they're in the future. They're going to see, hey, there is a special space for us to watch or to see. So I think content that you can consume in a fast way is what's happening right now. For example, if I'm going to say an example, you're in Netflix and you're watching a series, and you see, hey, this series is catchy because its storytelling is really nice, and I want to see it and see it and see it and see it. And you can say, I can take all day long to watch 8 hours or 7 hours of a series, you know. So I think one of the keys is the storytelling, definitely. And I was saying at the beginning, Gisela, I think it is a matter of time to start creating a new culture of entertainment, because web series already exists. But I think it's a matter of time that this culture starts to emerging and starts to being well known in different parts of the world. So I think as soon as that happens, everyone's going to pay attention as the way that we really need to be. And in that time, there will be the space for the money, there will be the time, there will be the everything. to start having like this Cinderella time, you know.
Marta.
Okay. And another question is that, do you think there is certain type of content that is more, for example, exportable than another? So how can we transcend the borders of our own country to have, okay, Leandro.
English subtitles.
English. We have to invest in English subtitles. Yes, that's the key.
Everyone has told me that humor is not very exportable, it's very local, and we've proved them wrong because we did a comedy series and we sold it to Russia, South Korea, France, Canada, so it's like different continents and everyone's able to relate to. But especially talking about South American web series, or in Latin America, creators need to put English subtitles, and then they need to look for blogs, and they need to look for where their niche is, because there is a niche, and if you try to please everyone, you're not going to be able to go very far, because you cannot please everyone. But if you bet on your niche, that it's basically most of the time is where you belong, the things that you look for and the things that you like, you can find this niche outside your country. And this is what happened to me, and this is what happened to several creators. And if I was going to give a hint to web series creators, which I don't think they have a problem with storytelling. I think the storytelling of web series is fantastic. I don't think people have a problem with actors. I don't think they have a problem with the technical part. They have a problem on getting audience. This is the hard thing. And getting audience is also getting money. So I would give them advice to creators is that do something cheap, something that you can afford with your own money, because 90% of the time, and this is not only in South America, but in most of the world, you cannot get funded. It's hard. So I would say that I've been to Los Angeles, I've been to South Korea, and I always hear the same talk from creators like, we did this independently, we did this with our own money, we don't have anyone, please help me. and you hear this all the time. So basically, yeah, it's a cruel world, and you need to rely on your own resources, and you need to rely on your own strength, because basically most of the time you're the one writing, you're the one directing, you're the one doing everything, and you need to do this in a long time, and also get a job at the industry, doing it. Maybe editing for someone or writing, also get a job, because you need to be on a circle, and you need to keep producing your own things until you get noticed, until you get the word out there. And maybe you get your funding, maybe you get your platform, maybe you get your audience. Think in the long run. This is what series are all about. Like before, on the early days of YouTube, you just did one video, a short video, and then boom, you're big, everyone's talking about you for months. Right now, if you do a short video one-on-one, even if it's a big hit, in about 2 to 3 days, you're completely forgotten, because there's too much stuff out there. And the big lesson of series is you need to keep doing it. It's a marathon. It's not a 100-minute short run. And you need to keep running, and you need to take care of yourself so you can endure the long run and get the success you want.
Okay, yes. We have only 2 minutes.
Oh,
okay.
I want to add something little. Yo pertenezco a la vieja escuela del entertainment, television entertainment, right? In television industry. Yo he escrito muchas telenovelas, de 200 episodios cada telenovela. Y una de las cosas que aprendí es que el lenguaje tiene que ser universal. Las temáticas tienen que ser universales para que sean entendidas tanto en tu país como en el resto del mundo.
Okay, that's saying that the content must be universal to be understood in every part of the world.
Y tenemos ejemplos maravillosos o fantásticos, como por ejemplo la coproducción entre Seúl y Alemania con Lotte House, por ejemplo, que pueden, digamos, concentrar temáticas conjuntas para producir contenido universal.
The example is, yes, please.
The example is Lotte House, the co-production between Germany and South Korea.
Different cultures, right? But one same content. So that's important to see. It's important to look and move forward around that concept.
Okay, great. Yes, very interesting. And the last question, have we 2 minutes more? Yes. And what do you think about how can we do to involve the audience, get the audience to interact with our series and yes, involve people to see our product? What can we do? Become influencers.
I don't want to like monopolize the conversation.
Okay.
Since no one raised their hand, I would say ask them a question. You don't need to do an interactive series, like with an open ending and seeing what's next, but you need to interact with your audience, if not through the series, but through a community. Like if your episode is also a question to the audience, like what should we do? Where is this going? And people will say something because that's what the internet's for. Like, and web series, I think they need to have this in mind when you create the concept of a series, and you understand that your series, if it's going to the internet, it has to have some kind of way of people can input what they think about it, and this needs to be taken into account. So maybe you can put a director on the end of the episodes talking to the audience and asking them what they think about it. And if you make a question, people will answer. So this is a very good way to engage, I would say.
Okay, very interesting. It's a good idea. Okay, we have to finish. Yes? Or we have one more question.
I think so. Yes. One more answer.
Okay. And for everyone, how did the pandemic affect and continue affecting the creation and production of the series? This new way of life.
I can tell you quickly how we did it, so everyone has a chance to share their experiences, because I know that they will be very similar but also very different. On our end, I talked about it in our presentation some minutes ago. We try to be fast and change our dynamic, getting ahead of what was coming. So we changed all our plans from the market point of view, which luckily worked somehow because we were able to have an interesting first launch of the platform last year. We had several thousand users. We were able to have a good press campaign. I think that we were able to somehow manage that. One of the things we did, we had to stop production on a lot of stuff, and we turned to animation, which was a beautiful experience. We were really wanting to do animation, and currently are producing 3 animated shows. And the experience has been great. So I think that's also a good way for people to think of content that can be exported. Animation for young adults is, very accepted right now. So if you're a screenwriter or a creator and you want to tell a story, that's a good way to go. And it was a good way for us to also experiment things. Of course, it was also very frustrating in a lot of ways because it killed networking a lot, and it's really, really important because you really sometimes, getting your series out there is a matter of finding the right person or right group of people that believe in it and will help you push it. And that might be a game of chance, but people in our industry are used to knocking every door. So a lot of people are lucky with that. And, we are still trying to get on with this kind of hybrid, online formats, but I don't know. I don't know if the experience was good or bad, but we managed to get by. That's it.
Okay. Anyone, or if not?
More or less. I think it has been a time to stay quiet, to step by for a little while, to see what is really going on, not only with the market, but only with ourselves, but also with ourselves. So as Bogotá Webfest, we have been experiencing many changes, so I think probably next semester we can make it happen, because I think definitely presential in these kind of events, it is important. We are a digital event, but this is really important. But I think it is also important to share your ideas, to share your information, to know the producers, to know everyone in the same space. So probably if we can make it happen, would be this half and half, So let's see what happens.
Okay. Very interesting. Okay, we have to finish. So thank you very much. It was really a pleasure, and we'll continue talking.
Okay, hasta la vista. Muchas
gracias.
gracias.
Everyone.
Nos vemos.
Un abrazo.
Hasta luego.
Bye bye.
Adiós.
Chao.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our DIMA Digital Market panel introduction. I welcome Rose of Dolls and George Rees. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
How are you?
Well, we were wondering where you were.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. You know how it is. And Rose, how?
Not dusty with so many cameras, like.
Yes.
Cool.
Thank you. We thought it would be great to introduce to all the people who maybe don't know DIMA what DIMA is, and this is because DIMA is a really very good possibility to present your project in different states, and so status. I spoke it maybe not the right way. So maybe I would like to ask Rose, what is DIMA?
So Dima is a platform which tries to connect the producers and distributors with the content. So what we thought about is really trying to get those projects that are independent out there for producers to see. And I think it's a platform which can be very, very useful. At the moment, we have about 25 or 30 projects on it. It's free. So you can sign up and put your work out there. The good thing is well, you can put projects at very different phases. You can introduce the project from the beginning while you're in the pre-production stage, but also while you are already with a finished product that you want to sell. So I think it's a good way to find co-producers, partners, or to sell your show.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this is a great introduction, and I'm really sorry I didn't introduce you, because I really think almost everyone has to know you in the web series world. But of course, Rose of Dolls is the founder and also festival director, coordinator at Seriousland, and George Rees is the founder from Minnesota WebFest, and we together developed this Dima online platform, and so this is why we introduce it all together. So this is maybe a better introduction. George, I would like to ask you, give maybe us a short presentation of Dima. Could you do that for us?
Oh, yeah. So you want me to actually go to the site?
Yes, maybe.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'll do that. So I misunderstood what's got on here. So I get to share my screen then? Let's see.
So while he does it, we really would ask you to log on to the website as well and have a look, because it's really easy to log in, and you're not going to able to see the projects unless you already have an account, as we are seeing right now on the screen. But we would love for all of you here at the Seriale also to join the Dima community.
Yeah, so this is sort of, I mean, this is a homepage here. You know, there are a couple of audiences for, and I apologize for the background noise, all of a sudden have a motorcycle going by, but, you know, there are two core audiences. There's the creators like yourselves, and then there's the, you know, people in the industry who might want to give you money either for, you know, buying outright or helping finance or otherwise furthering what you're trying to do with your project. And, you know, you can see, I'll use my own project as an example here. Well, I have to sign in first, and sign in is very easy with just using your Google or Apple ID. No need to go register, do any fancy stuff like that. You know, I guess what I would say is that, oops, well, that's always wonderful. You know, it is, I used the wrong login for myself, but should have used my actual George creator email account. This isn't going to work there. Let me, I'll switch browsers real quick. But the idea is that one of the things that having Google and Apple ID is I can have like a bunch of different logins to the site, and you know, that makes it possible for me to have both a creator account and a buyer account, and in that case I logged in with my developer account. At any rate, I'm trying to get another browser going here, and we'll go back into.
Okay. Yes, DIMA was originally also a physical market, and I think the very first physical market for digital series was founded by Bilbao Series Land in 2016, so it is some years ago, and one day we talked about how we can make it possible that creators have all through the year the possibility to show their project and find co-producers and in different status, because you sometimes you not need you need more help on a specific status, and you can present it in this platform. Yes, and
we also talked a lot about the co-production because as I was hearing the panel this morning, and I thought it's so interesting because different countries have different funds that could be combined, and that, you know, like there's a lot of, I think, co-productions that are going to be showing up because of, you know, not only because of DIMA, I hope because of DIMA, but also because there's a lot of possibilities which together combined can create like a bigger project.
Yes. Yes, because with if you combine your fundings, you can have a much bigger production value, and this is maybe important for some kind of projects.
So here we are. This is me logged in now, me as a filmmaker, and I apologize earlier. Like I said, I was logging in with my developer account, and of course, oddly enough, developer things happened when I did that. So, you know, what somebody sees when they come in is this is a screen with all the information you fill out about your project. And what you fill out is sort of, as Rosa and Chungar have noted, is that, you know, this is for projects at every stage of development. And Utopia Planitia right now is trying to get going on a season 2. And so, you know, we've got a link here to the full season where people can go in and look at season 1 and what we did for that. And then there's a whole bunch of discussion here, or not a whole bunch, but information about the film, or the series itself, about the creators behind it, access to you know, the social media that we've done. You know, when people want to put money in your stuff, they actually look at whether you've been active and doing stuff on social media. People who are in browsing this stuff, so buyers can add it into a watch list. And this, you know, lets me go and watch this video now and stuff. There are more stuff than is here. So let's say you were at an earlier stage of development. You might have just a pitch deck. So you would have a link to a pitch deck up here rather than, you know, in our case, the full season. You know, you've got a whole seeking how much you're looking for, what your format, all sorts of information. And again, dependent on what your you know, what stage development you're in for that. And the idea is that it should complement what's going on in the online, I mean the offline stuff. So when you're at Series Land, when you're at the Seriale, and you're not taking part in that, this should be a good leave behind for those in-person, you know, elements.
Yeah, it can also work as like a portfolio as well for filmmakers. So I think it's a nice way to show your project and to be able to share your link to the project, or simply say it's on this platform. So if in a meeting you only you know, like exchange a couple words, but like looking at the whole deck with all the information and it contains, I think it's the basics for a possible, let's say, new relationship with this, producer or distributor. So I also think of it kind of like a way to showcase, to show like a portfolio of your work.
Yes. Yes, this is also really important because you need a portfolio or something to show your potential co-producer, and this is really a great and safe place to do it. Thank you very much. Yes, this was our DIMA digital market introduction, and I hope you enjoyed this this possibility, and try it, and it is free for now, so you have nothing to lose.
And the website is dima-market.com.
Yes. Thank you very much, Rose, and thank you very much, George Rees. You are also in the next panel, so the next panel is about international distribution, and you will see it in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
everyone, and welcome to this international distribution panel here at Di Seriale. I'm really happy to be hosting, at least in the beginning, because as you can see, I look quite hangover, but it's not that. It's actually that I just got operation on my eyes, and I'm feeling a bit dizzy looking at screens. So I'm going to introduce all our fabulous guests, but then probably my colleague Oliver takes on a little bit. So we have a very full room today. Following the order by name, I think, is first Antoine Disle. He is a producer that's been there from the very beginning in the web series world. I remember I met Antoine at Marseille Web Fest on the very first edition, and that was a very long time ago, I believe like 10 years. This guy has been making web series and selling web series with many different companies. And now I was happy to know this, together with also with Jean-Michel, but also with Alexandre Cornu. They created a new platform called Tam Tam. So welcome, Antoine.
Thank you very much, Rosa. Hello, everybody.
On the other hand, on the other part of the earth, crossing the ocean, we have George Rees with his morning coffee, because we're at very different time zones in this panel. George Rees has worked in television and film, but very much in the technology industry. He sold his company Enstrateus to Dell in 2013, and he's been doing much more artistic work and helping creators across the globe get seen on the platform Sika TV, and also with the festival Minnesota Web Fest. Hello, George. Morning.
Hi.
We've been talking just a moment ago about Dima as well. So another way to help creators through technology. So it's all in George's world. I believe Young Man Kang is still not here. We'll introduce him if he is able to join in a small while. But we also have Rocío Carvajo. Hello. She has been working for many years in one of the most prolific web series production companies, which is actually a university, Untres TV. She has been part of it, being the general coordinator for many years. And well, we've had at Bilbao Seriesland many of their work. We love the Untres very specific style, and we love all Argentinian series. So it's a pleasure to have you here on this panel. Bienvenida.
Thank you, Rose.
I didn't have this written down, I think, but we also have another production company that distributes content in Argentina. His name is Adrian, and he founded the very new platform Flixo, which, well, not only distributes content, but also does it in a very different way through Bitcoins, and he can tell us a little bit more about it later. But it's also a pleasure to say hi again to Buenos Aires, but two very different platforms. Hello.
Hey, Rose.
Oh, it's so sunny over there. You're making me jealous. So we're still missing two of our newest and most accomplished guests today. Saskia, I'm going to say your surname wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm trying. Saskia Bijt-Verhoeven. She is VP Digital Strategy in Viacom CBS Networks. EMEAA, so that's the acronym for Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Asia, if I'm not mistaken. She formerly was the Vice President and VP Digital Products and Engagements for all brands at Benelux, also VP of Youth and Music brands in MTV, of course. And before that, she also worked in the agency Irish Worldwide. So hello, welcome.
Hello, and it's easy, my surname, because just say bye to me. Just as if I'm leaving, Saskia, bye-bye, and then you're there. Yeah.
I knew it was difficult because, like some of the letters you don't pronounce. Okay, I got you now. And last but not least, we got Christian Costa-Zan. I think he is truly a pioneer. I don't know you either, at least in person, but by reading your CV, I saw that you first did the first interactive German film. Then you did the first mobile web series in Germany. Then the first series in German that was a web series. So you're really trying to innovate a lot, as I can see. And in 2020, you became the Banijay Lab and Brain Pool creative director and producer. Formerly, you also worked in Endemol Shine and BFA. So hello, welcome, and thank you for joining us today.
Sure, thank you. And hello, everybody.
Hi.
Hi.
So I lost because we have a very big panel today. So I lost 10 minutes only explaining a little bit of what you do, not even the tip of the iceberg. But I'm really happy to have all these not only creative minds but producer minds with us, because something we as creatives and as producers, as independent producers, sometimes miss is that we're still in a market. We're still inside a world where products need to be sold over countries, and that's what we want to talk about today a little bit. Let's start a little bit like in the order of the presentations, and tell us a little bit about the platform you have, and how do you manage it? Are you looking for projects? And tell us a little bit about it. So we start with TamTam, yes.
TamTam. Okay, thank you very much, Rose. So TamTam is not a platform. This is a production company and a distribution company. But it's brand new. It's brand new. You know, I decided to create this company because on another hand, I just created a startup because I am building a platform called Alpha Colors to be able to finance art project and film through the blockchain. So all this world of NFT, and this platform will be running in 2022, and I think I will have some opportunities, you know, later to be able to talk about it. And with TamTam Stories, you know, I wanted to partner with two guys that I worked with since a long time, Jean-Michel, and everybody knows Jean-Michel from Marseille Web Fest. And I wanted to have some partner that works, that can bring some project, because I have this new company on this on side. So and now we are shooting. They are in Tahiti, Jean-Michel and Alexandre, shooting a show for Vice right now. But we signed, you know, with TamTam, and we gonna be just like a laboratory, you know. Always looking forward, but because that's exactly what we are, exploring new way of producing. So this company is really aimed to be that. But on another hand, I will do just like I have done with Rock the Line, start to set some, create some distribution label. So now I am setting up something like 50 wonderful web series, to be able to bring it to the platforms, the broadcasters, or any means that we're going to be able to find. But this idea is really to have a specific color. So it will be mostly, for a young adult audience, just like, I used to do. It will be indie with quality, very surprising way, and with a tone really connected to the people. So we started to sign some mandate and bring the stories to some platform. On the other hand, I have a chance, to be at the head of acquisition for Black Pills. So that Black Pills is a client, but I work for Black Pills through Tamtam Stories. So that's basically this activity. And because I love to produce some sci-fi shows, I created in the US a company called Transborders with Gary Bryman, who was president of New Media PGA West Coast. And I know Gary since a long time. Maybe you met him because we invited him at Marseille, at the Marseille Web Fest. And we just set up a sci-fi show with a video game. So that's, it is called Exos. And it's almost ready to be pitched. And I'm going to be in LA in the second half of July. Started to move a little bit our partner there.
Exciting.
Sorry for being long.
So you are producing some things, but also looking for those 50 web series that can be part of this catalog for Tamtam, right?
Exactly. So, and we start to partner with some company. For this distribution strategy, we are also very close with Radio Canada, and maybe also with their distribution branch, but maybe there will be a selling partner as well. It's important. What we want is the result, to be able to first to create this special color, so that will be mostly my work, and after to be able to create some market where there is no market, just like I've been doing with Rock the Line. But with 50 really interesting series in a specific color, so some people will love it and some other won't. So this is more working in more precisely with clients that we will identify and be able to create a great story with our producer, creators. So that's the idea.
That's great. So, George, tell us a little bit about Sika TV.
So Sika TV has been around since 2017. We are a streaming platform that is just for the web series. We don't do any other sorts of content. The long-term, approach is to try to, identify or, develop multiple revenue streams, make it possible, for people to, continue producing, the work, the things they love, to tell good stories in shorter format, episodic stuff. We're not going to be making anybody rich or anything like that, because we don't believe the economics work for that. But on the other hand, we want people to not have to go into debt to produce a web series and stuff. And we also want to what we believe is to create a healthy money cycle in the web series world, like you see exists for independent film or for television, where you can go to investors and actually have a believable story as to how they will get their money back, so that you can get people writing you checks, so that you can create good entertainment, and so right now it's there's a lot of work we have to do left. We basically are looking for really good short form content. We believe that short form is a writer's medium, not a cinematographer's medium. So what we really look for are shows that do well in the screenwriting and in creating wonderful characters, we're always looking for new content.
Great. Also, if some creator wants to join Sika TV, it's quite easy. Like, you can suggest your show and they'll give you an answer quite soon.
That's right. Yeah. You email programming@sika.tv, and we have a team that reviews submissions. It is a curated platform, so it's not like a YouTube. But on the other hand, it's a quality viewing experience as well. The viewing experience is a Netflix-style experience, not a YouTube-style viewing experience.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So going to down south, Argentina, tell us, Rocío, because I didn't mention it before, because for me, Untres is really a production company, but it also distributes the content, and you have a lot to distribute. You have a giant catalog. So tell us a little bit about Untres.
We are a network. We have a platform, but we have also social media. So we produce and we distribute, and we have like 300 series to distribute and 100 that we made. And we are always growing up. It's like we start in 2014. And since that year, we are always growing up. So the short form, we think that the short form it's still a growing up industry.
Yes, I think we all agree on that point, because we've seen the changes from the beginning. Yes. Most of the people on this panel have seen these last years, how it's evolving and how it's, we have someone from Viacom talking about digital series today. So that's a big difference from when we started talking about all of this, I think.
Yes.
Also, Adrián, tell us a little bit about Flixo. What's Flixo?
Well, what's Flixo? Well, we found out that there is a huge ecosystem of new talents, new voices, new creators that use technology in order to tell a new wave of stories. But they don't find audiences and they don't monetize. So we started Flixo back in 2016 and opened the platform in 2018, and we released like a mainstream platform last year. We started with this platform that aims on creating a community around the micro series ecosystem. We love to call them micro series because web series, I think it's kind of outdated. Short form series is kind for the industry, not for my mother. So micro series is the way we love to call them. We started this ecosystem, this community kind of ecosystem in which everything is monetized in our own token called Flix, which has a market value. You can exchange your Flix for Bitcoin, for euros, for dollars, whatever. We opened the platform last year with more than 100 series. We have produced series, we co-produce series, we incentivize creators since the inception of the products. In the first 6 months, we gathered around 80,000 users in Argentina. We started in Argentina. We helped creators monetize. Last year, we paid them almost $40,000 in revenue share. plus just $200,000 that we spent on producing, co-producing, incentivizing, whatever. And we plan to spend more than $1 million between this year and next year. We started also coaching our creators, the creators that approach our platform and bring projects to the platform. We started coaching them with script doctors, teaching them how to pitch. We brought them to the markets. We brought them to MIPCOM, to let the industry meet them, because we know that the industry is looking for new voices, is looking for new storytelling, and then they don't know where to start. So we bring the creators to the markets. We sold some of our series to other platforms like Free TV, Flow. We are working together in production with HBO Plus. So we really believe that this ecosystem needs to be professionalized. I think the production is totally professional, but the distribution is not. Creators are building great products, but they don't know how to sell those products. They think that they can sit down with Netflix and they are going to sell the product. It's not like this. But also they put the content on YouTube, taking the value out of the product, because once it is free in YouTube, no one wants it. And when your product is free on YouTube, they think that my product is also worthless, because short series are on YouTube, so everything should be free. No, that's not the spirit. We need to monetize because we need money for creating new stories, new series. So we are here to professionalize the ecosystem and to help new creators to shine, to thrive.
I totally agree with that. I think we've been professionalizing production, but we have a lot of work to do in the distribution side. So I think we can also learn from the television industry, of course. So Saskia, tell us, in what countries do you work with Viacom, and what are your plans for the future?
Yeah, Adrian might have a little bit of a controversial way of working, because I am 100% on social media in the AVOD, as we call it. Luckily, it's not a free environment, because on YouTube and Facebook there are ads, so it's not 100% free. It's just not subscription based. Viacom is a company that has big brands like MTV and Comedy Central, but predominantly also Nickelodeon for the younger kids, Antoine, and Nick Jr. for the preschools. And we are, of course, still predominantly a long-form company, if you like. Television is still our bread and butter. Short form is there to support the long-form game, if you like. But moving into this new ecosystem of streaming, this, of course, is an ever-changing atmosphere. I represent, like you said, Rose, Europe, Middle East, Africa, and Asia. That's a subcluster within the global footprint that we have. And I work on social media presence of our brands. Currently, we're launching lots of streaming products as well. So Paramount Plus has been launched in the States. Maybe George has seen it around. We're launching it now in LATAM as well. In Europe, it's in Scandinavia, which is a streaming service, a general entertainment like Disney Plus is or Netflix is. We also do AVOD, and that's what I think is more interesting for this panel. Is we have a product called Pluto, which is an advertisement-based streaming product, which is very how do you call it? Very open to also short form next to long form, where we see the subscription-based SVOD products like Disney Plus and our Paramount Plus is very long form based. So that's very roughly said. So most of our short form goes to social and a little bit into AVOD streaming. Yeah.
Yes, I believe MTV was one of the first producers of short form content way back, almost when it was funded. It created a couple short form series. So I think they were there.
It's been a format that was never strange to us because MTV started creating non-music video content in between the music videos, which was always very short, with Beavis and Butthead, for example. And then gradually MTV learned long form, but it all started with the short format. So it's very much, still very much innate in our DNA. So it was an easy step to bring that to the social media environment back then. Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. So it's good to know that a giant like Viacom is also thinking on producing this kind of content. And on the other hand, Christian, I believe being the CEO of and co-founder of Banijay Germany, I've been told that it's what the content you're producing is what Germany is talking about. So on which platforms can we watch this content?
Maybe a short explanation. So Banijay is one of the global players in the production market. Last year they bought Animal Shine, and by that, they're among the big players. In Germany, it consists of 5 TV production companies, like Animal Shine or Brainpool, and of course they are producing for TV stations and also for streamers. And the unit I'm a creative director at is called Banijay Live Artist Brand, and we are producing for digital. So we produce, of course, for social media, for YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, but as well for streaming platforms. But we are not just a production company, we also have our own platform. The MySpaß network is Germany's biggest comedy network with 15 million subscribers and around 60 channels on all major social media platforms. And we have an own streaming platform, which is also a comedy platform since 2008. And we are, there's also no other comedy streaming platform in Germany. So as well, we are market leader in that field. We're not just doing comedy. For clients, we are doing all kinds of genres of fiction and non-fiction. But in our network, we distribute our own content on one hand, also the content from the TV production companies. We also do own MySpaß Originals, where we completely finance ourselves for our network. And we also do cooperations with partners. If they have content we think might fit to the platform, we can distribute it, and we have a revenue share on that. And with some players, we also do co-productions for streamers. Also, some people from the German web series scene, we've now partnered up and are developing together pitches for offering to the market.
Is it mainly comedy, or does it have any genre?
If it is on our MySpaß network, it is comedy, but for other clients, we're doing all kinds of genres. So we're working on have produced sci-fi, horror, drama, crime, documentaries. So we're really broad, as Banijay is like the biggest player in Germany, and we also represent the variety of genres our sister companies are producing.
Okay, amazing. So you already mentioned a little bit the reach, but could we do a very quick round of how many people would the audience be for example, in your case, it's just, like a lot of things, but let's say, for example, for MySpaß, and about all the platforms you mentioned before, how big is the reach, how big is the audience, and what countries is it in?
Yes, so we are focusing on the German-speaking markets. So it's Germany, Switzerland, Austria in the focus. And subscriber base is 15 million. So this for German with 80 million inhabitants, it's quite okay. And also the different channels have different kind of subscribers. We have my Spaß YouTube channel with 2.5 million subscribers and some other channels. So the channels, of course, are targeting different different audiences and have different reach. For example, we entered TikTok like 1.5 years ago. We have now 3 channels, and on TikTok, I think we have 1.7 million subscribers by now. Yeah, it's really interesting if you operate on all those platforms. On one hand, from a content perspective, because from 15-second videos to long form, we do the whole variety, and also on the audiences, which is very interesting. For our last original is a sketch comedy called Quarter Life. We distribute it on all social media platforms in different ways, and it's really interesting to see the differences, how it works on Instagram, on Snapchat, on YouTube, and so on.
Mm-hmm. Great. So going through the whole group a little bit, Antoine, I know it is not the platform, but maybe you can tell us about what countries, especially, you're thinking about distributing the content.
Yes, we are not good everywhere because it's based on a relationship. So the country we work the best will be Europe, for sure, and the US, Europe and the US. And after we start to build some collaboration with other continents. We are not very good, in Asia right now. So I have a lot of call, with a partner in Asia. So we are exploring other opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. What about George? Tell us a little bit the reach of Sika TV and where it's available.
Well, so Sika TV is available worldwide. Our primary audience is English-speaking countries, in particular Canada, the U.S., Australia. We've got decent-sized audience in the Middle East that I don't quite understand how we do, because we don't do anything in terms of marketing there. The interesting thing about us and about North America in general is that our biggest, hardware platform is Roku, and that is something that you don't see in the rest of the world, and so our viewer base ends up being skewed based on that. But it's a interesting data point, at least in terms of how the North American market is consuming short form content.
A small tip on the Middle East thing. You have a lot of LGBTQ plus content on your platform. And I heard from another creator that they were surprised on how many countries were watching the series where there was a death sentence for being gay.
Yeah.
From being from this community. And they had millions of views from those countries. So you should have a look at the view there of those series.
That's actually an interesting theory. I have to look into that to look at how the data slices that way.
Yeah, maybe. So what about Untres? Tell us a little bit the reach of the audience and the countries it's in.
Our audience is mostly from Argentina, Uruguay, and Spain, because our content is Spanish speaking. So, and we have like 100,000 subscribers, and 1 million views per month.
Wow, that's a lot.
For a university channel, it's a lot, yes.
Yes, exactly. So what about Flixo? How was the volume of views?
Well, we are in a testing mode because we want to test all the ecosystem, the incentivize network and everything. So we started acquiring users in Argentina. Our user strategy started in Argentina. We gathered users from all Latin America, Spain, but we have users from all around the world because the platform is available worldwide. But when we sit with distributors and everything to sell content, or to promote this kind of content, we sit with distributors from our platform from all around the world.
Great. Well, maybe Saskia can tell us a little bit more about the reach, but we already know that, like MTV, Paramount, Nickelodeon, they're great, huge channels. So maybe it would be more interesting to ask you about, in the digital strategy that is being developed, where do the short form fit in? Are you thinking it for one of the channels, only for social media?
Yeah, the short form has two strategic touch points within our ecosystem. One is supporting the long form at another platform. So in that sense, we are creating what we call shoulder content. So that's extra storylines around the long form, either pre-show or during show or post-show, that would enhance the popularity of the title and of the IP in order for us to have the viewers watch that longer form content on another platform than the social media space. So that's either tune in to TV or watch it on the SVOD platform. So you can call this more of a content marketing strategic point, and it's very big in itself. The other one is grow our audiences on social media platforms itself. Because, like I said, some of the social media platforms are also already monetizable, so you can earn a fair share there. Or it's more of a brand marketing piece where you just want to have a big presence on a platform. For example, what Christian was talking about, TikTok. If you're not doing any branded partnerships there, then it's not a monetizable platform, but it's very much for the visibility of your content on a platform where your target audience is, because maybe they want to then buy some of your merchandise or get a subscription to Netflix because other content of that same brand is also there. So it's all about building the brands and building the visibility towards the target audience on the brand. So those are basically two strategic reasons why we were to do, or three actually. I'm saying two, but it was three actually. Yeah.
There's something I'd like to add to our answer there that is interesting. So one of the things that they've been most successful with is lately is the Trek shorts and supporting all of the new approach that they're doing on the various Star Trek brands. And that was actually what, if you go, Rose and I co-produced a show called Utopia Planitia, and that was actually the motivation behind the stuff I wrote for Ziegler's vlog that Oliver did.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I think from what you're saying, Saskia, what I get is that it's more kind of like a living creature, like the whole content you're creating, and the short form would be like one of the small little hands that is going to support all the rest of the creations. Yeah. So seeing it more like a transmedia universe in itself.
Yeah, we call it multi-platform storytelling, but you're right, Rose. It's part of that ecosystem, the content is. Mm-hmm. That said, there is a place and there is a room for digital original short forms. That's then also how we like to call it, because we're also building a platform and a content strategy for each of the social media platforms or our own platforms we're on, and you need to build a good and solid content calendar, and you need to build your audience. So if indeed that transmedia ecosystem, Rose, as you called it, is on a break or something because you're in between seasons or whatever, then that's the right moment in the right time to launch digital originals. Allows you to work with creators that you otherwise wouldn't work with, and allows you to create stories that you otherwise wouldn't have. So that could be very interesting to service your audience in between bigger pieces like seasons of Star Trek or whatever we're having, or to just say, oh, we have that piece of audience that we're not attracting yet, and we really like to attract that audience. We want to build that audience, so we build a digital original for that. Yeah.
So I think you already answered, but one of the questions that was suggested to me, I think is interesting, which is, are social media, let's say, like a threat or a competition, or are they our ally? What do you feel in your multiple platforms?
For me, from Viacom, social media in between, or social media to our other lines of businesses? What do you feel about
yeah, exactly. Social media as to the rest of the business.
Oh, yeah. They're very much an ally. TV companies try to treat them as invaders, or what's the word, for a long time, but that's not the way to go. And I think we at Viacom were lucky to always approach the business from a target audience point of view, and we had very, very strict niches that we were targeting towards, whereas other TV entities were more general entertainment. So we were preschool, or we were kids, or we were teenagers, and we always looked at the world through their lens, either via research or data points. So we had to embrace social media very early on, because that's where they are, that's what they consume. We feel that there's a world that all storytelling has a place on all the platforms. So there's a place for linear, but particularly for live. There's place for streaming, for binging. There's place for social media. So it's just about finding the right story and putting that on the right platform towards the right audience.
Mm-hmm. So what do the rest feel, Antoine?
It's very, everything is always moving, and I think social network and those platform are always a good opportunity, to build an audience. But I think that we are in the beginning of something. I think people are tired about advertisement. There is too much advertisement. And remember what happened 10 years ago with the SVOD world. It was unpredictable because there were too many advertisements. And I think that will happen in the social network in the coming months or years. There will be a huge revolution. But I agree. I love, the power of a social network to build an audience. But the problem is advertisement. So we have to find a new model. But I know that a lot of people are looking at this new model, and all the GAFAM, are thinking about that, because it's becoming a bit too much.
Yes, I agree. I recently saw a documentary on Facebook, and they were joking, as in when we log on Facebook and we see one advertisement is like, ooh, 5 cents, and then we're scrolling down, and then we get another advertisement, another 5 cents. Come on, we have to get this person stay on Facebook, because then she's giving us more and more money because of the advertisement she's watching, and in the end, and what I feel is really interesting about the social media is that there's an engine behind the social media, which is managing basically what we are getting on our feed. And it's not only changing not only making us view advertising, but also changing our view of the world, and with advertisement which is targeted at us. So I feel we are becoming aware of this very slowly. And at least, for example, I'm not on Facebook as much as I used to be, because yes, I kind of got a little bit tired of, all the all those, not only advertisements, but like all these political issues even, like that you only get almost your point of view from others, because the engine behind knows and does not want you to leave. So they only put like-minded people's posts. So it's very interesting, and I think maybe, hopefully, we'll be more aware of this in the future.
Advertising is not bad by itself. It's a tool that we need. I think that for microseries, it's the best tool for monetize, because it has been proved already that subscription model doesn't work for microseries. Three times we have tried that with Black Pills, with Quibi, and with Studio Plus. Subscription is not working for microseries. No, because we are competing with the digital leisure time. People spend time watching content for free on social networks. So we are competing with that kind of content. It's not that we are competing with a long form series when people sit down on the couch or in the bed and they relax. I want to see 1 hour of content without interruption. But when you are looking at digital microseries, short form content, web series, or how you call it, you usually watch it on your mobile. So it's a similar experience that watching the social networks. We need to take the tools from social networks into platforms for short form content. We need to use advertising, but not in an invasive way. We need to find new ways of using advertising. In Flixo, for example, you only watch advertising when you need to reload credits on your platform. Once you're watching content, there are no advertising in the middle of the content. But if you need to reload credits, you can watch advertisement. Or you can do some challenges, some social challenges, like invite friends to the platform or promote our content in your socials. Or I don't know, we have branded challenges in which, for example, I don't know, Heineken gives you some tokens for performing this or that challenge in the platform. So everything looks like a game. It's not like it feels like, oh, I'm invited with advertising. No, they are deciding for me who to vote. It's totally different. We need to bring those experiences. We need to bring advertising to our platform, because that's the only way of monetizing this kind of content.
Adrian, I totally agree about you. Brands are not bad. We just have to find, it's a bit too much right now, and we just have to find a new model. You found one, which is pretty interesting. And I think that one of the big solutions is the blockchain. And so within your model, I think it does work, like the brand and the advertisement is you decide when to watch it, you watch it on the side, and that pays for the thing. So this is good because it operates separately, and you know that also in blockchain we're going to have a lot of other solutions, and I think that this for distribution will be the solution will come from blockchain. And now, blockchain in our world, distribution world, is just at the level where Facebook, where internet was in the beginning of the 90, as I say. So blockchain will be everywhere.
Yeah, but blockchain is sometimes it sounds like a magic word. Blockchain. Everybody's going to solve every single problem in the world with blockchain. And it's not like that. It's not like that. You need to understand how blockchain works, what kind of benefits can bring to a certain problem in a certain industry, and what kind of problems also can bring to that industry. Blockchain is expensive. Blockchain is slow. but it helps in many, many different ways. I totally agree with that.
Yes, so we're shifting from social media to advertising, which I also enjoy because I think it's a part of, let's say, the funding as well. Tell us a little bit, Rocío, how does it, do you have any kind of, social media strategy and publicity, or let's say brand strategies?
About social media, when we start in 2014, Instagram doesn't exist. And we use social media like a place where we advertise our content. So we try to make people to know us and bring them to our platform, showing like little spots of our content. And in 2015 or 16, we understood that the social media is also a platform. It's a place where people watch content. So we start to make a special content. Sorry, my English today is but I hope you understand me. So we start to make a specific content for social media, telling stories in that kind of format that works, short, 1 minute, vertical videos, and that works a lot for us. So we understand that social media is a platform when you watch content. It's not only a place when you advertise your content. And that was an important change for us. Yes. So when we think a story and we made content, we also think about how that content is going to live in social media. So when we shoot all the contents for the platform from social media and the different networks like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok, Twitch. So it's like it's a thing you have to think when you write, no? And about brands, I think that branded content is the answer for us because the short form contents are short. So if you have to watch a lot of advertising, it's not funny for the users. But branded content, when you do it well, it's a great answer. Also, what is happening with influencers in Instagram. We work as an agency too, and we make advertisement. And when you make the influencers tell story with your product, the engagement is very, 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 very better. So I think that the branded content and tell stories with products is the answer for us.
Yes, I totally agree. And I think that's one of the very good solutions. So incorporating a brand, but without making something which is completely advertising, doing something in which the brand is giving away, let's say, a great story for free. I think definitely is one of the best ways for the user as an experience to get free content and, engage with a brand. And there's been really nice examples about it. So I hope we'll see more and more of those coming. Christian, can you tell us what is the relation with Banijay and social media? Is it a threat, an ally? What is it for you?
No, it's definitely an ally. So we've been starting producing for those platforms more than 10 years ago. So for us, it's a storytelling tool. We've produced series, shows, factual entertainment, documentaries, all for those platforms. And from a storyteller point of view, I think it's pretty interesting. to understand the platform and think how you can stories. I think it's now 4 or 5 years ago that we produced the first fictional series for Facebook in Germany, and we've produced the first series completely shot in Minecraft, which was distributed on YouTube. So you can be very innovative and find new forms and even other stories. It's not just the form, but you would take other genres or other plots, other protagonists for your stories. So for us, as a digital production company or a digital studio, it's from TikTok to Netflix that we see all those platforms as storytelling platforms, and that makes it a golden age of storytelling, actually. And there are not many production companies, to be honest, which are focused in that field. So many of the traditional TV production companies, they don't understand social media, or they try to avoid it, or they think, okay, you must do something. But for us, so as you said, we are like pioneers in the market. So we've been doing this for a long time, doing branded content, doing original series, working with influencers, working without influencers. So yeah, we realized like 150 to 200 projects in the last 15 years. And with every technological or distribution way, we see an opportunity. We also produce like VR content, and with volumetric video, the first walkable feature film in Germany, and it's going on and on. And so I really embrace the future and all the opportunities. So social media is definitely an ally, and advertising. From the last years, I've been to WebFest. I've been on all Berlin WebFest, but also on some international WebFests. I think it's always a shame because you have such talented people, but mostly do it in their leisure time, so they cannot make a living of it. Some can, but I think it's not the majority. And to change that, of course, you need business models, and advertising is a business model. So it's good to think of the user, and if the user is annoyed, then he wouldn't watch. But users are watching private television for 30, 40 years now and still do that. So if you want the costume guys and girls and the light guys and girls all to be paid normally, also for short film series, then we need to get some money on, and it has to come from brands or from broadcasters or from platforms or from the users. And all four ways are fine, I think, if you then can tell your story.
Yes. So I was in a meeting together with like independent screens 2 years ago, like small cinemas that had their independent content, and some very different, not the mega chains of cinemas in Spain. And they were throughout Spain, and they were all, like going on about we're losing people, there's no one coming to the cinema. And I was thinking, there's, like two kinds of people, and you all belong to the second kind. The first kind would be those that are, like crying about the situation and how it's going, and how, like even with COVID, we saw like how of course it's a tough moment for everyone, but you can react in the way that you say, oh yeah, we're losing business, or you can react the way Netflix did, and create a new a business model from the situation that we're having. And I believe definitely that we have to adapt to our ecosystem, and that we have to try to use it, especially as into our advantage. I myself did a thesis. I am a doctor in web series, because I thought we have to look into the future, not into the past. Like everyone, when they do a research, normally you go back and let's say, the best movies in the 60s. And I thought, but this is not going to, change anything. I'm not going to discover anything here. But I thought maybe we have to look into the future. So I want you all now to stop a moment and think about what do we see happening in some years? What do you think can happen, or let's say it could also be a wish. But what do you see happening in the next 3 years, for example? I think 3 years is a period where a lot of things can change, but still, like it's quite close to say some things that could foresee in the web series, in the digital aspect. Are we going to see something new? Is it going to become very popular? What do you think, Antoine?
I think that everything can happen. It's really hard to answer. We just have to keep exploring.
Yes, I believe the same. That's what I was saying. We have to adapt. We have to try to, and you're a specialist in this and in watching this small market opportunity, and you say, let's go this way, you always have to keep reinventing yourself, especially I think in the digital aspect, because it changes every day.
Yeah, the world move, and especially the media world and the digital one, and there will be many solutions, not one solutions. So everybody, will find its way, through this path. But I'm always, very interested about what can happen and how, the world change and what opportunities will show up. And we always have new opportunities, and that's really the good thing. Every few years, we have a new market, a new pocket of oxygen to breathe in and to settle. So I am always very optimistic about that, but we have to keep moving and moving forward.
I agree. What does George think about it?
From my perspective, I guess, the existing studio system is built around a very small pool of writers, and they've been trying to rather than expanding their pool of writers, they've spent more time trying to make all this new stuff fit into that, because bringing in new writers and new talents is a risk item. But at every point as entertainment's evolved, as we've added new ways of viewing entertainment, the appetite for consuming that entertainment has just grown. It hasn't stopped, and it's going to continue growing. And so the studios are going to have to open up their closed writing ecosystem. And I think the things that filmmakers are doing in this world are defining who should be playing when the studios, because the studios ain't going away, no matter, whether you'd want them to or not. So it's really the question of, changing their model on how they generate content. Right now it's all about, the franchises and fixating on limiting the need to bring in new talent by focusing on the franchises. But longer term, the franchises are going to get, sucked dry, and they're going to need fresh new talent in the writer's room.
Yes, we need the fresh meat, says a vegetarian. Okay, so what does Rocío think about it? What do you see happening?
Like a producer, I think that one thing that the pandemic situation we learn with this situation is how to work between people who are in different continents. And I think that in a few years, that will be very much common for us. We have a few experiences working with people in different continents, and that was really great because you are allowed to co-produce with people around the world. So you shoot in 2 or 3 countries. We post-produce in other places, and that kind of possibilities will growing up in the next years, and I think that will change the way we produce and the way we tell stories.
Yes, and it can also make productions much cheaper if we don't have to be together all the time.
Yes.
So I think it's a really good point. Yes, I don't know if they call it teleworking. Here we call it teletrabajo, and it's been like a huge thing here as well. I think it has helped many industries now reflect on how can we work from home, because if we're on a computer, it's really easy to work from home so many hours and probably live a happier and more balanced life as well.
Yes, and now we have new tools. You can making the post-production or the VFX and in other country with the director looking in real time what you are doing, and this is great.
This is amazing. Yeah.
And Unreal has done some incredible things. Imagine that before, I am an old producer, but before, when we had to buy a flame that costed a lot of money, now Unreal, give you the material and we can work online, with other partner, and it's incredible production opportunities. And I really think, and I work a lot like that, as a producer, on online collaborative. And I like, to call what we are doing in production like a studio in the cloud, So I feel exactly the same.
What about Adrian? Any new thoughts?
Yeah, since our inception, we foresee the consumption habits from 5 years from now. And what we see right now is that the incumbent platforms are algorithm platforms. We feed the algorithm when we watch content, and the algorithm tell the platform what content to produce. But people is getting tired of this. I think that the situation, having a platform telling you what to consume, recommending you content, and with this pandemic situation in which everything is accentuated, I think people is getting tired of that. People wants to be back to a bar, to sit down, drinking a beer with a friend, telling you what to see, what he's looking. Platform will need to surprise you again. So we'll need to find voices outside the algorithm. And I think that microseries universe is going to be like, how do you say that? The seed of that kind of new content wave. I really see that in the next years, platforms are going to watch at the microseries universe to bring new creators to create content for them. Maybe not microseries, maybe long series, but after discovering them in the microseries universe.
Yes, I see that happening too. But this is kind of like a wish also. Saskia, on your point of view, I know, let us know any thoughts that you see happening in the direction, you can say on the whole, or maybe exactly on Viacom.
On a whole, it's more of a personal reflection, is that we've seen now with a lot of short form is that there's a huge need for very cheap content because the platforms need a lot of volume. So if you are filling social media channels or accounts, it's very much like feeding the beast continuously. So it's of course it's what I always call the week vlog or the unboxing or that kind of stuff. It's this enormous amount of content that's relatively cheap. But now when the markets are maturing and the business models are maturing, I hope that there will be more opportunities for more quality productions as well. not for foregoing this more cheap kind of content, because I love the cheap kind of content, and the target audience, also the Gen Z, also eats it for breakfast. So we shouldn't snub on it. So I also hope at a certain point that professional producers would be more inclined to also be able to create cheaper kind of content and that kind of storytelling also, which is different. But I also hope that there will be a better business model for the real high quality short form productions alongside that. So that's more of a reflection for me. Business-wise, it's all about maturing the SVOD ecosystem currently, right? There's so much happening there. I'm living in Europe. It's not that fragmented and not that cluttered yet. I think for George in the US market, there's so much going on there, and it's all going to happen here as well. Particularly in a small language market that I am, it's different than if you're in a Spanish market or an American language market. But that's all going to crystallize out in the next 5 years. And for me, I hope that there will be a big place for short form in these long form SVOD platforms, towards Adrian's point, because that can help snack other stories, allow you to discover new stories, and then enrich your environment, because content discovery is going to be our biggest challenge in the next 5 years with all these platforms and all the content out there. So yeah, super vague answer.
Yeah, very interesting answer. And we're just missing Christian. Now you have to say something intelligent after other 5 intelligent guests. So you're in a difficult position, I know.
No problem. I will add a different thought on all of that. So I think sooner or later you will have the iPhone effect for smart TVs. That the usability is cool, everybody's using it, there's an ecosystem behind it. And I think this will be the point where web series are not web series anymore, because any kind of content will be on the big screen and any kind of quality content is competing with each other. And then I think the whole content market is changing a lot, because I think it will be a hard time for broadcasters actually, because they don't own the gatekeepership on the big screen anymore. And I think at that point, you won't consider yourself to be a web series creator. You will just say, am I an independent producer working in an independent style, or will I be professional? And then it's just, best content has to come up, and not so good content will not come up.
Okay, now I have the difficult mission to sum all this up, and I'm going to do my best. So I believe we all have to be very optimistic, look into the future, not with these glasses, but with brighter ones. We have to keep trying, we have to keep moving. But the good thing is that there is appetite for media, and it keeps growing, this appetite. There's new talent and new voices to be discovered. And we have learned new ways of also working from home with a studio in the cloud. We need a new content wave, which is, I think, arriving, and it's a very big tsunami. And definitely we need to feed the beast. While we eat the cheap content for breakfast, I still hope we can eat the quality content for lunch. So in the end, the iPhone effect, we hope, will come one day very soon with the digital series, web series, call them whatever, but hopefully next time we can meet face to face and talk about this even more. Thank you to all our guests. It's been marvelous, even though I've been like even closing my eyes a little bit because I'm quite dizzy. But thank you for such amazing thoughts and for sharing and having the time for us today. And thank you, Di Seriale, for counting on me always. And see you very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Congratulations, Rose.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Ciao.
Bye-bye.
Ciao.
Thank you everyone on the panel for giving us an overview of the international web series market. Now, the evening is coming closer. That means the red carpet event isn't that far away. At around 6 p.m., Dasha Solovieva is going to interview some of the creators of our official selection on our red carpet. Shortly after that, the grand finale is coming, the award ceremony. That one will be hosted by Magdalena Keim, Axel and Henning Rieke.
After the award ceremony, you'll have the chance to join the after-show networking event on Wonder. We hope you enjoy the rest of our today's program and wish all of our creators good luck for the award ceremony. Thank you all for joining us on the business days. We hope you had a great time. We sure did.
Bye.
Bye.
Hallo, bonjour, konnichiwa, annyeonghaseyo, kia ora, hola, buongiorno, and здравствуйте. Welcome to the second Recapit event for the 7th Di Seriale. This year we are staying online, but are just as festive as ever. With 50 series, 9 pilots, several pitches, Di Seriale 2021 is making a great impact. And we have a premiere at our Recapit this year, where we will talk to the jury about all the tough decisions and the choices they have to make. So grab yourself a drink, make it yourself comfortable, and enjoy our jury red carpet. Let's go! First, I would like to start with the jury for the pilots, which are Lotte Ruf and Martin Otto. Hello! I'm just a little, if I am mispronouncing your names, I'm really sorry. I'm giving my best. And if we had a little trouble with the names and I don't say your name, just say hello and you're a part of it too. Hi. So Martin, Lotte, you had the decision with Best Pilot. Tell us a little bit about your experience.
Oh, I think it was a really hard job because the pilots were so different, and every pilot went in a total different direction. And when we discussed about it, we discussed a lot, and it went forth and back. And then we said, okay, everybody says 3 of their favorite pilots. And there was actually one pilot we all had in our favorites. So we made a decision.
This sounds great. Martin, was it the same decision for you, or did you had a little bit of trouble and like discussions between you and your colleagues?
I can totally agree with Lotte, because there was a lot of different genres, a lot of different lengths, from I think about 50 to 60 seconds to 45 minutes. And so it was difficult to choose which one is in its total amount the best, but we all had one series we could all agree totally, because this one was, we just instantly wanted to binge it, and this was the main reason to select for us all. And this was funny because with all this different kind of series, this one stood out for us, and for every one of us, for all of us 3 in the jury. So yeah, we were all common with it.
Yeah, this sounds great. A binge-worthy series is a really good sign. So thank you for the pilots jury. And the next, I want to talk to the animation jury, where I have on my cards Thomas Zeug. If I forget someone, please just wave. Hi, Thomas.
Hi.
Kind of the same question to you. How was it? I saw a few of the animations. How was it for you and your colleagues to choose from all these possibilities?
It was pretty tough, because what animation is special about, it's the whole look of a show is completely made and full of creative ideas. So it's I think I don't want to undermine the real series, but the animation series, everything you see has to be built. Everything you see has a unique kind of style, the characters, the faces, the environments. And so it's very difficult to pick one of them and say, this is the best one, because everyone has its own creative ideas and its own uniqueness. But in the end, we had to discuss a little bit, but we had our favorite, and we will see which one it is.
So you had, like Martin and Lotte, one favorite by everyone, or were it a few favorites and you had to tickle the decision?
Yeah, like I said, it's complicated because every one of the nominations, it was 5, everyone was something special in its own way, and so we have to look for that one who is the most round, like we say in Germany. It has to be rund. And we found one, and the other Thomas and me discussed a little bit, but it was clear.
This sounds great. We're waiting for your decision. And the next jury category is series, and I think the most of the people here in our red carpet are from series. On my list, I have John Take from America. Hello. I think he's a little frozen now. Hi. Suzette Lacroix.
Hi.
Gisela Benenson.
Hello.
Hello. Deepu Bhattacharya.
Hello.
And Lucy Tournon.
Hi.
So I have 2 people sadly not on the list. Can you please introduce yourself?
Me? Or?
No. Who wasn't told right now, because I have 2. Hi, George Rees, of course. We know you. And I have 2 more people who I sadly don't have on the list. Maybe it didn't work out. I'm really sorry. So if I haven't told your name, the next one is Thomas Schneider-Trumm. Hello.
I'm not on the series list. I'm on the animation list.
Okay. I'm so sorry. It was a little mix up. Und die andere? And I'm really sorry. I'm just confused a little bit. Next to Deepu on the left. Can you please tell us your name?
I think that's Luis.
Yeah.
Okay, I think, okay, we're going on with...
There we go.
Hi, yes? You've put up your... Yes, you.
I don't know. I'm really confused. Are you talking about me? I'm Luis.
Luis Alvarado. I'm so sorry. Yes. Hello. Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Great. Thank you. I'm really sorry that it was a little bit of a mix-up. Hi. Great that you're here.
Yeah. Well, I am a screenwriter and I am founder of Lima Web Fest in Peru.
Wow, that's so exciting. Thank you. And you were in the series too. In the series.
A series, actually I was with Deepu and Lucy, and the best designer and best casting.
Wow, that sounds good.
Really, really good works. I really love it. I think our juries were very unanimate. So is the fine word? I don't know. My English is pretty,
of course.
Pretty bad.
This was great.
Yeah, that's really amazing works. I think the quality of the contest are really high.
Thank you so much. We're waiting for your decision. A question to John and to George. You were in the jury last year, and how was it this year? Was it very different? How was your experience?
George?
Okay, well, so, I mean, it was very similar to me. Of course, last year, Di Seriale was sort of at the forefront of having, to surprise, no in-person event type thing when, the rest of us had months to plan. Being on a jury for digital series is something that is very conducive to online operations. So, I've been in the past, a juror for in-person Di Seriale, and I guess one of the things that's always fun about Di Seriale from the in-person judging is really that we get locked in a restaurant with beer for 5 hours, which of course in the online world we can't do that. But other than that, I mean, I think it worked out really great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I thought that this year's selections and the quality of the series were equal to last year's. It's been outstanding quality all around.
We're really happy to hear it. So to Deepu, Gisela, and Suzette, a question kind of similar like to the question before. Was it a tough decision for you, or was it a little bit more easier, or did you had in your team really discussions how to choose and what to choose?
It was. Sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. Go ahead.
Okay. No, it was difficult, the decision, because as John said, really the quality and the level of the series were very high, and they were very professional. And for example, I had to choose screenplay, and it really was, they were very well written. All the series and the storytelling, I was really surprised. Also in best direction and best series, but we could decide it very well, because I think we discussed about all the series, but we had an unanimous decision. Yes.
This sounds great. Suzette, you wanted to add?
Oh, well, I was just going to say, I was letting Deepu go first, but that's okay. But no, honestly, it was absolutely amazing. Like watching the series and getting to know them and just going through all the different phases, it truly did make it difficult. And I have to say that working with the other judges helped, because again, you kind of want to pick everyone as best, and being part of this, it's just going through every single series. And again, they're all truly amazing. They're fantastic. And yeah, when we finally come to the decision, discussing it, and we've picked the winner, it does truly make it a lot. Again, it's hard because you love them all, but again, we're happy with who was picked. So we're looking forward to that.
Thank you. Deepu, how was your experience in choosing for Di Seriale?
Well, the most difficult part was that, there's nothing that's bad. So you really have to wait for something to jump out at you. And in some cases, there were 2 or 3 that really stood out, and you still had to pick among those 2. And so, yeah, the quality is amazing. It's hard not to be jealous of how good everything is, how well everything is.
Thank you so much. Again, kind of a similar question to Lucy. How was it for you choosing best series, especially best series, because it's like the main award for us?
Hi. Yes, it was amazing, because I was ready to fight, but we had the same top 2, and then we agreed very quickly and very easily. So I really didn't have to fight for my favorite, because we were very, as Luis said, we were very unanimous on the decision. So it was very very cool to see each other with video calls, but we were agreed. So we talked about the other series also, and we had the same taste. So it was cool, a good team.
That's great. That's the main point: having fun and making a nice decision. We're making a little step back. again to animation, to Thomas. Hi.
Thomas?
Hi.
Which one? Yeah.
Okay, wow, both Thomas. Great. To the Thomas who haven't answered any questions for now. Thomas Schneider-Trump. How was it for you? Was it similar to Thomas Zeug? Had you had a favorite at the animations?
Yeah, it was surprisingly. We came quite quickly to our favorites, and we struggled with 2-3 other titles to maybe have them as a favorite, but we drove the same road and came pretty much to the same result.
This is great. So it was like the other team said, harmonic work together.
It was very harmonic. I mean, we had to choose out of 5 animation series, so not so much to look for. And but I mean, it's always a lot of entertainment and entertaining to watch an animation series. But our favorite was really the hot one.
That's great. A question for both of you: do you think animation is getting less for? I think animation has like, it's for children, but is it still like it, or are animations getting more adult, more dark? What do you think?
For sure, more adult. I mean, we had one series was, we thought, a little bit more for children out of the 5, but it's a dark humor. It's also a tendency in the animation business that more and more adult animation, we know it from Netflix, Rick and Morty, more and more adult animation is becoming the focus of the industry.
That sounds great. I mean, animation has to be fun for the adult too when they're watching with the kids.
Of course.
Yes, thank you so much. It was the first part of our online red carpet. Thank you very much for being with us, to every single one of the guests. We're waiting for your decisions at the award ceremony, and I'm sure every decision is great. Thank you so much. And tune in at 6 o'clock German time to the first slot of the red carpet. konnichiwa, annyeonghaseyo, kia ora, hola, buongiorno, and здравствуйте. Welcome to the second red carpet event for the 7th Die Seriale. This year we are staying online, but our festival is as festive as ever. With 50 series, 9 pilots, several pitches, and many guests from 5 continents, Die Seriale is making a great impact. In the next 2 hours, I, Tasha Solovjeva, will present to you over 120 guests and introduce you to their work. So make yourself comfortable, get a nice summer drink, and enjoy our red carpet event. Let's go! Our first series is the same series that were the first on the last red carpet and are great friends of us. It's Lost and Found Cowboy with Atsushi Ogata, Kelly Holway, and Risa Yamuchi. Hello!
Hello!
Hi! So nice to
Kelly,
have you
meet
here.
yourself, yeah.
Hi!
Yeah.
It's so nice to have you with us. So my first question to you is, was Lost and Found Cowboy already aired in Japan, and how were the responses to the series?
Well, it just started streaming in Japan. We're streaming through Twisted Mirror TV, and it was geo-blocked for quite some time. So I actually, we actually put the Japanese subtitles just like last month or a few weeks ago, and it just started streaming. So I actually don't know. I actually have just put it up, and I've kind of been promoting our festival selections so far, but I think the people that saw it liked it because, well, actually, we had some feedback last year from people that we know, and they basically, you know, it was shown during this lockdown, so it's kind of an uplifting comedy, feel-good comedy, so I think people liked it on this basis.
Oh yes, feel good is the right word for Lost and Found Cowboy. My second question is: you announced to be continued of the series in episode 4. Can you give us a little sneak peek what we can await?
Yes. Well, sorry, I'm the only one answering, but since I'm the only one continuing in the next episode in person. Well, what happens is that it's kind of an open end, and we were supposed to go to Germany. We were thinking of going to Germany to these castles, but actually COVID started. So we had to kind of think of something else. And so it's actually Lost and Found Cowboy under lockdown, but still cross-cultural and still with dance.
Oh, that's so great. And Kelly, Risa, will you come back in more further episodes?
Yes, of course. I want to come back.
Me too. I hope so.
That would be so nice. And even with the whole lockdown situation, you made a great series. And yes, I hope you get many views. Thank you to the team of Lost and Found Cowboy. And my next series is a part 1. Because in the next slot, there will be more people from the series. It's 22 minutes. And in the first slot, from 22 minutes, I have Freya Ade, who's the composer of the music, Xenia Pitschmann, actress, and Luisa Wellisch. Hello, are you
Hello.
here? Hi.
Hello.
I don't see you yet. Hi. Okay, then we're starting with our questions. So my first question is going to Freya. What was your biggest inspiration for the music, for the series, for every episode?
Kannst du vielleicht auf Deutsch übersetzen? Ich habe es nicht verstanden.
Ja, natürlich. Was war deine größte Inspiration für die Rolle?
Meine größte Interpretation für die Rolle war einfach, dass sie, also das sagen wir mal so, ich fand es total Wahnsinn, dass ich für diese Serie genommen worden bin und dass ich da diese Rolle spielen durfte. Und die Interpretation war einfach dadurch, dass ich einfach meine eigene Seite teilen konnte. Und dass auch die Rolle
beziehungsweise Joanne war genauso wie ich und das hat mir sehr gut gefallen.
Das ist super. Kannst du uns ein bisschen erzählen, was du gemacht hast und wie das einfach für dich auch an Set war, mit deinen Kollegen, mit deiner Rolle?
Also am Set fand ich das sehr, sehr interessant, also beziehungsweise sehr, sehr schön. Also auf jeden Fall mit den Leuten dort zu arbeiten, hat mir sehr Spaß gemacht. Unter anderem kannte ich eine Schauspielerin schon, die Marie Nasemann, die hier mitgespielt hat. Die kannte ich schon aus der Topmodel, aus Topmodel eben, was ich gesehen hatte. Und habe mich sehr gefreut, mit ihr zu arbeiten. Unter anderem habe ich auch neue Schauspielerinnen und Schauspieler kennengelernt, die auch super nett waren. Wir hatten sehr Spaß am Set gehabt und ich habe mich einfach wohlgefühlt. Und ich glaube, das ist auch die Hauptsache, genau. Und einfach auch meine Rolle. Ich habe mich einfach darin wohlgefühlt, weil sie genauso ist wie ich, dass wir beide zusammenarbeiten konnten. Genau.
Das klingt super. Ganz viel Glück für die Award-Zeremonie. Und ja, wir gehen weiter. Vielen Dank. Thank you so much for 2 minutes. And our next series is The Same Coin with Chris Thorne, who's the producer and director of the series, and Nadine Kübler.
Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hello. Hi. Nice to have you with us. So my questions are, I thought the idea of that one guy being into pies was very funny. How did you come up with this?
Well, the whole series is kind of based off of interviews that I conducted with actual sex workers. So this was one instance of where one of her clients was into pie. So I kind of used that story as part of the storyline for the actual, episode. And it turned out to be comical and kind of awkward as well.
But it was very great, thank you. And there are a lot of sad scenes during the pilot and also in the outro. Do you think the majority of these jobs are depressing, or are you planning on showing the more positive sides of it?
Oh, for sure. I think the misconception is that a lot of these workers are depressed and they're doing it out of, some kind of negative reason for choosing that line of work. But, the series really gets into all the different layers of why someone would choose this line of work. And there are a lot of positives. There are a lot of stories that are more, I guess you could say, uplifting in a way that it's really about people choosing a way of life, a style of life that suits them. And so, the whole idea was to really show all these different tiers of the business, not just, the depressing stories, but some of the more uplifting ones as well.
Yes, these are very inspiring messages. Nadine, how was it for you being the lead actress?
It was a very new topic for me. So we had a lot of conversations beforehand where we talked about the background and how this all came together. So for me, it was really inspiring to know that it all comes from true stories, that it's inspired by true stories. And I thought it was really important to give them a voice too, because there's not a lot of series out there about this topic.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the upcoming award ceremony. And our next series is The Boogies with Sanjay, F. Sharma, Andrew Troy, and Trip Hope.
Hey, guys.
Hi, everybody. Great to see you. Hey. Happy to be here.
Hi.
Yes, thank you.
Grateful that you're with us. So my questions to you are, the design of your costumes reminds me something like Star Wars. Did you draw some inspiration from movies like that?
Well, Star Wars, am I there? Yeah. Star Wars has, I think, have been an inspiration for, 2 or 3 generations now. So it's obviously in the background, but the intention really was to do something new. So build on the foundations of a science fiction heritage, but bring a new design, something that's original, reminiscent of things that we love, but not imitation.
Mm-hmm. And I do just want to give a big shout out to Rachel Domingo, our costume designer. She was amazing.
She's an amazing worker.
Yes. Rachel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. And our next question is, what interests do the Boogies have in children? Why do they collect them?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's it's a
great
question. It is a great question. It's a scary question, scary answer, and it's answered in the subsequent scripts of the series and of the world. It's I don't want to share too much, but there's a connection. I just say this. And there's an audience member in Korea that figured part of it out, and it's that the Sentinels. There's a hybridization aspect that's going on with the future of man and the Boogies. So, yeah.
I mean, I know UFOs are big in the news right now, so you can just think, what would aliens want to do with the young children?
Young DNA. DNA. Yeah.
Andrew, as the actor of Flynn, what would you add to your role, or to your role in the Boogies?
What would I add to my role? That's a great question. I don't know. Sanjay wrote just a perfect character. It was just so much fun to play. Just, the anti-hero has a lot of issues. Maybe has a little more of a alcohol problem. I don't know. Maybe that's something I would add. So I don't know. But no, he was spot on and just made it really easy for me. So yeah.
Thank you to the team of Boogies. And our next series is In Two Minds with Fabian Schwab, Tim Reiland, and Dominik Groschen. Excuse me. Hi.
Hello, thanks for having us.
Hi.
Thank you.
So, my first question is, the color blue appears multiple times in the intro and during the pilot. Is there a specific meaning behind it?
Yeah, I mean the blue grading, and also. So do you hear us?
Very low, but I can hear you. Yes.
1 second.
Oh, it's way better now.
Okay, so we just love blue grading. So because it looks very modern, and there are other shows like Ozark. Who also have a very blue-greenish tone. So that's pretty much the mood we went for. And
Thank you.
But it's not related to some metaphoric thing in the story.
Okay. And the next question is, when the two men stand in front of the aquarium, one of them tells a story about a fish that almost killed him. Was that a metaphor, or did it have some kind of meaning? Was it a situation that happened to you, maybe?
Yes, that was metaphorical. So because he tells the story about a fish who fights back when it gets under pressure, and the fish is pretty much metaphorical for himself because he's under pressure and ready to fight back.
But it's not a real metaphoric, so it did not happen to one of us, fortunately.
That's a good point. Thank you to In Two Minds. And our next series is an animation, Wunschlos Hubbelig, by Stefan Vogt.
Hello. Thank you to be here. It's so nice.
Thank you that you are with us. The first question is, what was your motivation to start producing these short animated clips?
Just had to do that. In summer times, I sometimes do like field trips with handicapped people, and the situations are sometimes so nice and so lovely there that I needed to do a series about it.
Thank you. You kind of answered my second question. So another question I have for you. You were nominated with another series last year. And what would you say? How are maybe the differences or even similarities between these two series, these two animations?
They were from the humor. You can little bit same. But the last series, it was produced for Böll Stiftung, and it should be a critical series. And this is not normally my style. This now, Wunschlos Huppelig, Wishlessly Bumpy, is a little bit more my humor, because it's much more brighter and didn't want to tell something to the people.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the award ceremony. And
Thank you to be here.
And our next series is from Singapore, Tiny Garden, with Kenneth Cheong, the director and executive producer, and Victor Manguño, the director. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Thank you that you're here with us. My first question is, what was the idea behind Tiny Garden, since a garden is such a peaceful atmosphere?
Victor, you want to take this or you want me to take this?
Yeah, so I'll just give a brief kind of thing. It's a documentary, well, Singapore is a really small city. It's dense. It's like Hong Kong, and I lived in Hong Kong as well. And Kenneth and his team came up with this concept where, even though in a city it's like a concrete jungle, you can still see people trying to build a bit of nature back in and make the most of the small little square meters that they have in every little corner of the home, and actually build even farms, small little sustainable farms, seedlings. So the concrete jungle just doesn't overwhelm you. And so that's just the general idea of it. And all these little hidden pockets all around Singapore. If you fly into Singapore as a tourist, you would never know. But they're hidden, and people build it on rooftops, build out very elaborate gardens, and sometimes use up more than half of their apartment to build kind of full gardens that you would never know about. So this documentary kind of explored nature in its small little island city. Kenneth, you want to add to that?
Yeah, you said everything, actually.
Okay, sorry.
No. I think you got it right. And we really want people to bring gardening into their homes, given the difficult times that we are experiencing, all locked up. And I think this is a positive step forward. Yeah.
Thank you. And do you think tiny gardens will be more a thing in the world and will get more popular?
Well, we certainly hope so. We certainly hope so, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a general push towards healthier living, obviously, globally. If it wasn't before, it's even more so now. And, you know, growing your own food becomes a little bit more interesting to people, knowing what you're eating, or even just having a healthier kind of air in your home, or just brighten your workspace now that everyone's working from home. So the uptake on sort of understanding how to build a garden, and it being almost an instructional video from many different kind of aspects of gardeners and even architects. This series sort of dug into, you didn't even know that former architects were consciously trying to put in a lot of greenery into their designs, with the trend of, you know, people wanting to live better lives at home. So yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
That's great. Thank you very much. Good luck for the award ceremony.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next series is again from Singapore, but one of the guests is in Singapore and the other one is in LA. People Like Us, with Leon Cheo and Josh Crow.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah. Josh is in LA.
So our first question is, Did you shoot during the pandemic? And if yes, what problems did you face?
No, actually, we did not shoot during the pandemic. We actually shot the series, I think a year in 2018, and then we finished post-production in 2019, and then the series came out in 2019 at the beginning of the year. Yeah, I believe that was how it was released. So thankfully, we didn't have to deal with that. But there's also the consideration of, oh, do we want to have COVID in perhaps the next season? So that's definitely something to think about.
And the second question is, what inspired you the most and what did you enjoy the most during the production especially?
Josh, what do you enjoy the most during the production?
Oh my God. Well, so for me, like I'm from the US, but I also lived in Singapore for quite a while. So having moved to LA and after season 1, so when we shot season 2, it was like a really nice like trip back and to see everybody. And it's like our crew it was almost everyone from season 1. It was awesome. It was great to see everybody again. And I think a lot of like challenging shots, like our public scenes, and it's always fun to like try and kind of, you know, do the indie thing and like steal shots. Like we're on a public bus once, that was fun. We rode the bus from one side of the city to the next, and it was very clear that we were like not really like, you know, supposed to be there, but it was fun. It was awesome. It made it real.
Yes, thank you so much. That's the main point, having fun with your production. Yeah. Thank you. And our next series is from Swiss, Meta da Fein, with Nadine Lüchinger and Urs Berlinger.
Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Our first question for you is, you left a cliffhanger at the end of the series. Was there really something mystical and supernatural behind these murders, or not? Behind the murders of the animals. Will the secret be revealed in season 2?
Well, we intentionally left the cliffhanger, that's for sure, but also with the intention that we don't want to reveal it. So we thought that the ending shouldn't be about did it really happen or not. So that was our intention behind it, yeah.
And a very interesting fact about your series is that you made it in Romance. How did you came up to produce a series in this language? And what difficulties did you have due to it while producing?
Well, the Romance TV station, they wanted to do a web series. And my co-director and co-writer, who is unfortunately not here, he's speaking the language. So for him, it was definitely easier than for me. And other issues we had was finding actors as well who can speak the language. And there's also, even funny enough, that not a lot of people speak this language. There's also a lot of different dialects within the language. So even finding people that only speak a certain kind of a dialect was kind of an interesting problem to have for a production.
Thank you. And Nadine, how was it then for you as the producer of, were you sure about this idea from the beginning and said, yes, I want to do it? Or did you had to make a little bit decision sleeping about it?
No, actually Urs and Carlo, they won a competition. So this was something very nice. So we didn't think a lot about the language actually, but we just liked the story very much, and the fact that they won the competition was really a very nice boost for the series.
That's very nice. Thank you. Our next series is Italia Sicilia Gela, season 2 with Jacopo Patiano, the series creator.
Hello, how are you guys? Nice
to see you again.
To be again in the Seriale, yet virtual as last year, unfortunately.
Yes, it's very nice to have you here again with us. So, since you were nominated last year for the Seriale with season 1, and now you're nominated with season 2, how is it for you? What made a difference between these two seasons?
Well, basically the first season I was there to know the city, because I didn't know this city we're talking about, that is Gela. And in the second season I realized that the best things I had there was the food. So I wanted to dive in. Of course, I like to eat, like I guess everybody. And in Gela, there's a lot of great food production and tradition. So I've started some research, and I made up these new seven episodes. Of course, I felt much more comfortable to be there in the city, also because the inhabitants started to know me, and my crew. So I could just go around and ask questions and find more stories. And also the format was much more clear for me, what I had to do. And of course, there is some experimental on my filmmaking in each episode. So yeah, that's what happened.
Give us a little recommendation from a restaurant or a food that you enjoyed the most, or at least very much.
Well, the arancini, the Sicilian fried rice balls. They're world famous. There is this guy, it's called Graziano. He's a real master, I never tasted. So, the arancini, you could eat them like 5-10 of them, then you collapse on the beach, but they're amazing. And also cheese. There's the episode of the Pisanos, is this father and son. They produce the ricotta cheese, fresh cheese. I followed them for 3 days from the morning to the night, and I have to say they really care about what they do. As all the people I've filmed, they really care, and they are so proud. It's hard to believe that you can have so many people producing food, and they of course they want to be the best. Even inside the city, there's a lot of competition. That's why the products are so tasty. And then, I hope you will see the second season, because they also really speak about life as it is a productive system. Like, for example, Christian, he produces food. He grows food. He's a farmer. And he said in one point, I went to the supermarket. I found dry chickpeas. I saw them. They are from Australia. But don't we have chickpeas from Sicily? How is it possible that I'm buying chickpeas from Australia in Sicily? Maybe they taste good, but why? So, of course, food is what relates to the world, to all of us. And I really enjoy to film it. Actually, I'm getting hungry now thinking about it.
Thank you very much for your tasteful experience.
No, thank you. And we are about to release also the third and last. The theme this time is fun, and of course I filmed during a tough time, but they also managed to have a lot of fun even during this period we're having. So maybe I see you next year, third season.
I hope so. See you next year. We're going on with the next series, Freelancers.
Thank you.
And next season 2 by Julian Schöneich, Claire Bouillet, and Jan Oehlenschläger.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. Welcome back to our online red carpet. You were a part of it last year already.
Yes.
So my first question is kind of similar like the one I asked to Jacopo. How did it change between the series? How did you evolve your series?
Yeah, first of all, to be honest, the first season it all started as a fun project. And when we saw that the series got internationally awarded and everybody loved it around the globe, then we take it more professional in season 2, and we expand the cast. We had the best cast ensemble, of course, and maybe you saw our social media communication. Everybody it was like a big family wedding producing season 2.
That's very nice. And what do you think? Give us again a little sneak peek. Will there be another season, and how will this family atmosphere go on?
Yeah, we had to interrupt season 2 because of the pandemic, and that's the reason why we had only a few episodes of season 2. And of course, we want to go on with it, and there will be a 3rd season.
That's very exciting. Thank you. And I'm waiting for the next season and you again on my red carpet, hopefully in person the next time.
Thanks. Really appreciate it. Cheers.
Cheers. The next series is For Peanuts, für Umme, by Thomas Beetz, Michael Schumacher and Vladi Oskiel.
Hi, everyone. Hi.
Hi. So my question to you is, in principle, the story is finished, but the thread at the end allows further speculation. Will there be another season with Mo? Or is it ended with this little cliffhanger?
Well, we're really hoping to make another season. So we left things open in the end of the season to make it possible for season number 2, and really have ideas. So there's definitely a lot of room for action to happen, to take place. There's a threat. Mo will become very successful, but fall all the way down, and we'll have to start again from the bottom. But that's just very basic.
Can you maybe give us a little taste, even if taste is maybe a thing of Jacopo, but can you give a little taste of your ideas and your inspiration, or at least where do you get your inspiration?
Well, since by the way, hi guys, I was still chewing because I got very hungry from this description of the food in the documentary. So, of course, it's our turn when you're eating, right?
Totally.
So since this unemployed actor is finding out that he can rent himself in real life to solve problems of other people, he's developing an agency to get booked, and then gets booked, of course, by the wrong people, and maybe by some mafia. We don't know yet. We haven't really written it down because the finances weren't clear. But luckily, we sold the first season to Amazon Prime, so there could be money coming around if we get enough views. It's all about the views there, not even about the vote, like the ratings or something.
So everyone, tune in even after the Seriale Festival and watch For Peanuts on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, watch it.
Thank you so much, guys. Our next series is Avocado Toast, with Heidi Lind, who's the showrunner, producer, and the actress of the role Molly.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm good. I'm in Scotland right now.
Oh, that's very exciting.
It is, yeah.
So my first question to you is, the end of episode 10 was very, very open. So will there be another season?
Yes, there will. We got fully funded for a season 2. We're going to have 3 main characters for season 2 instead of 2. We have an additional writer on the team and some really, really important characters for the world to see. And I'm very excited. We're shooting in October.
This sounds very exciting. And you mentioned characters. Did you include real personal things or stories in the show that happened to you?
Yep. We really did. It got distorted and changed by our director, Sam Coyle, who's amazing. But the root of the story was based on real life. And then there's also just like some funny stories thrown in from some like horrible dating experiences. Like when the character gives her the crystal and then takes it back. A man really did that to me. So I was like, I'm going to put it in a TV show. Why not?
Thank you very much. We have a little technical difficulty, so please don't turn down. It will be black for a little while, but in a few moments we'll back. Don't go away.